Yo, what's up? What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. Anyone out there? Hello? I can't hear you. I'm just kidding. Can you hear me? Anyway, hope everyone's doing good. Be on camera in just a moment. Just getting some stuff lined up on my side. Mostly we should be good, just like from yesterday. Was doing a bit more setup, but this time we should be good. We'll do a bit of a recap and a moment in scripture before we get into the key video today, which is covering Conquest of Azeroth, and the class being the Witch Doctor. Alright guys, so let me go ahead and throw this on for a moment. We'll hang out for a bit. And yeah, there's always background stuff, right? What can you do? We're gonna get started though. And we'll throw up a wee bit of music for a moment. Alright, so yeah, there was an Ascension PTR update a little bit ago. I'm not sure what that was for specifically. But if anyone in chat happens to know, please let me know. There's a bunch of stuff going on on general chat with Discord, the COA Discord. Yeah. Alright, a lot could always be said in general chat, right? Anyway, for all of its horrors and all of its glory, visit COA general chat. I don't recommend it for the kids, so if you are guardians or parents, please do not let your children wander in there idly. Okay? We gotta have some standards. Alright, it all starts from the beginning to get to where we are now. Alright, so what did we do? Just gonna head and chat with you guys for a bit. So the idea is with the Tinker, right? We went over that yesterday. The video should be up. It was a stream, and very capable class. I want to say that for all of them. You know, as you discovered your utility kit and all that stuff. I was able to get out of difficult situations for the most part as a Tinker. I believe it was pretty good seeing how... let me see if actually... Hang on. Let me switch my screen real quick. This could work too, but either one is fine. Yeah, that works. Okay, since we're talking about COA, right? I'm working as I go through, you know, with streaming and stuff, getting some stuff laid out. Let me know what you guys think, first of all, with, you know, the different screens and how I'm laying out things. Also with the chat box, what do you call it, the chat box or blocker. We have the Witch Doctor one right here. We did the Tinker one yesterday. So anyway, going back to Tinker though, yeah, I think that there's obviously, like anything else, there's room to improve, but it's hard to say because I wasn't max level during that time. I'm leveling from level 10 plus going onward. And the reason why I do that is that way I could give a bit more of a background first and foremost. The leveling process, of course, like anything else, it takes time, and it takes time leveling up even after. It is what it is. We're playing the game, right? So we're kind of working with the abilities that we get after level 10. I usually square you guys away with level 10 abilities, base abilities per class that we get. Quite a few of them. So as far as to organize my thinking a bit, level 1 through 10, I kind of give you guys the rundown on what abilities you get or learn through the level 1 through 10 journey. And then going forward is the abilities afterwards. So a lot of them will be class-oriented abilities, but then some you'll get your spec-oriented abilities. So for the Tinker, that was Demolition, Mechanics, and also Invention. Invention is pretty interesting in how it works. You got these beacons now. I used to heal earlier on when level 30, no, not level 30, I'm sorry, level 50, 60 was the cap. Back in the, I should say, alpha. It was definitely different with Tinker. I played all specs, but they had the ammunition resource. They also had a few other things which made it function. So you had ammo, as an example, that, you know, it kind of had its own gameplay with that. I thought it was interesting, in my opinion. Why they did away with it, I don't know. Mechanics seems to be the spec that has the custom resource, the scrap resource. I don't think anything else uses the scrap resource unless it pops in later on through a talent, kind of like how Starcaller does when you do the, I guess, the healing ability. Usually there's some custom UI that pops up to your screen. So, you know, Mechanics was pretty good. I'll talk about Mechanics for a moment. You had your, I think your tank. Wait, let me pull it up here. Hang on, I have it on the side. There you go, yeah. So you have your mech suit, I guess. It's basically like a Nomergon spider tank. So, and then you also have Demolition, right? So Demolition was largely your napalm, your explosives, you know, you're tossing like all sorts of grenade or explosive kind of, you know, bombs at the enemy, you know, so it's largely those kind of tactics. Whereas Mechanics, you have, you know, different what do you call it? Not just turrets, but also your mech suit largely that you're working with, which gives you a little bit of ammunition. So again, a lot of the stream covers it previously. I will probably polish a few things with the Tinker going forward a little later on, since there's just a lot of information with just one class, since there's 3 specs. And then as far as the Invention, as I said, yeah, you do have the beacons. And some of your companions, you get a specific companion, I think, per spec. I'm not sure if it's per spec, but definitely you get the, I think the Ziggy 6000. I'm not sure if that's reference to anything. Let me know on the chat. But yeah, that's Tinker. And it was, I had fun, you know. Again, there's going to be something to complain about. There usually is. Not just because of complaining, but because we would like to see each of the classes polished when it comes live. I'm sure that's everyone's desire. As far as numbers or, you know, deeper level mechanics, I'm not too learned in that area. I won't really comment on that. PvP performance, I can't really say. PvE performance, I can't really say. I'm just more or less just giving you guys the rundown, the introductory of how each of these classes functions, their basic mechanics, their resource management, something of those sorts, you know, and just giving you a rundown on the spell abilities. You'll probably find other fellow COA, you know, content creators out there. So best wishes to them, you know, shout out to the other COA family, you know, hope everyone's doing good on that end. But if it's something more of your flavor or your style, you might be able to find something. But if you enjoy your guys' time here, feel free to check the rest of the YouTube, check out the Twitch. Let me know what's up, and definitely comment on the video. Let me know how I'm doing. But with all that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get into some biblical scripture. All right, we'll go ahead and pray before the stream. So Today's scripture is James chapter 1, verse 5. Alright, so we'll just take a moment to give just praise and exaltation to God. Provides everything that I have, and even the ability to put the stream on and keep on going. So I'm grateful. The verse is James 1:5. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. So out of respect, hang on, let me just clam the music for a moment. Yeah, with this verse, and again, I suggest that you check it up on your own terms, but James 1:5. If you find yourself lacking wisdom, I'm not even just talking about ideas, but just like a sense of direction or course in your life. You know, we all get like that. We all go through stuff, you know, in life, the deeper and more heavier ends of life, whether it's anxiety, stresses, scheduling. In my case, working with multiple time zones on a daily, it can be overwhelming at times. It could be really a bit of a burden, and there's people you got to answer to, right? So those of you who are family men or women, you know, you got your children, you got your spouse, you know, there's a lot really to answer for, and it could be a bit of a stress factor, right? It doesn't have to stay that way. So my encouragement, again, check out James 1:5. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously without finding fault, and it will be given to you. So just ask. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you got to be on good terms with God. At the end of the day, I know I'm saying that's Christ, but you have to you know, just come to terms, come to peace with who you are and what you actually are, and the things you do right, but also the things that you do wrong. Just be honest to God, and I believe He will provide a path for anyone who's going through whatever going forward. You know what I'm saying? So I can't speak on everyone's behalf. You know, for me, I have my own challenges, my own disruptions in life, temptations, issues, problems. The list goes on, really. So if you could relate with that, let me know in the comments. You know, if this is something that you gravitate more, feel free to like and comment. What do you call it, subscribe onto the stream or the channel, and perhaps there'll be an opportunity to connect more on a direct level if you guys are interested on that. With that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and pray. I wish you all well, and yeah, let's go ahead and pray. So, dearest Heavenly Father, dear God, we just want to go ahead and pray, Lord, give you thanks for all your provisions every step of the way. Whatever the challenges are, whatever the issues may be, that you'll continue just to draw our heart closer to you, Lord, and to be just a good example to those around us, and how we handle the difficulties of life. It's not always easy. It's not always just going our way. There's going to be times where it feels quite the opposite, and we may feel that we're even distant from you, and you know, we don't know what to do and where to go. So I pray that for the listener or whoever else may be interested, Lord, that you just continue guiding them and their families, myself as well, Isa RMC and Mika RMC as well, the family, everyone else, Lord, that we're just all good. You know, we're in good terms with you, and that you provide us wisdom in the direction that we go forward in, with all the challenges that loom over us. God, we love you. We thank you again. We give you praise. In the name of Christ, I pray. Amen. All right, best wishes, guys. And salute to my brothers and sisters in faith if you're here, wherever you are. I hope God is, you know, I hope everything's going good. All right. So, with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and jump into the game. Let's just throw this on. I'm going to manage some stuff on the sidelines as we move along. So, hang on real quick. Hydration check, posture check, audio check. Are we all good? Let me know in the chat if the sound is in the right place. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and unpack the witch doctor. All right, let me go ahead and switch views for a moment here. Hang on real quick. Is it better with A or B? A or B? You know what? We'll do, what is this? I guess it's B. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into this. Hang on. Just so we keep track of time. And we're going to go ahead and close this one for now. Here we go. So, Witch Doctor. Witch Mun. Okay. So, what can be said about the Witch Doctor? Well, let's go ahead and navigate it first. Go ahead and hit the music for a moment as we read through this. Right? So, okay. With Witch Doctor, they are capable of being ranged. I'm sorry, hang on. I'm doing wrong. Hang on real quick. Okay, so with Witch Doctor, they are capable of a lot. This is what they are capable of, okay? They're capable of ranged and range damage and casting damage, and they're also capable of healing. Their primary resource is mana, and to utilize both mail or leather armor. I guess it depends on specialization priorities and whatnot. Stat priorities, I should say. So I'll read the combat styles and the description here. All right. So with their combat style, Shadow Hunting. Equip a ranged weapon and embrace Bonsamdi's magic while unleashing shadow arrows and glaives upon enemies. Voodoo. Hex and jinx enemies to deal damage over time and decimate enemies with powerful voodoo magic. Brewing. Combine different ingredients into your vial, offering unique and engaging ways to heal and support allies. So I'm going to do a reread on that real quick. So brewing, it says here, combine different ingredients into your vial, offering a unique and engaging way to heal and support allies. Okay, and the yellow text reads as, spiritual leaders trained in the arts of voodoo, alchemy, medicine, and shadow magic, they are known to use wards, effigies, and idols to aid them in combat. Some witch doctors have chosen to follow Bonsamdi hunting from the shadows, while others stick to the old ways by brewing powerful potions and applying hexes and curses to their enemies. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack with just that description alone. Who's this Bonsamdi dude? What's up with him? A lot of people who played COA would understand who this guy is. And I guess it's I wouldn't just say filler, but it's basically lore oriented more toward where the Shadow Hunters come from. For those who are not familiar with the Shadow Hunter, it was a pretty nifty class, hero unit over in Warcraft 3. I think, yeah, Vol'jin was notably a Shadow Hunter in particular. So that's Shadow Hunting. But this is under the window of Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor itself was also a particular unit in the Orc race for Warcraft 3. So both Shadow Hunter and Witch Doctor, very popular with the trolls. As you can see, troll is an option for Witch Doctor. It all makes sense. If you unpack the lore a little bit more, it's very, very much close to the identity of troll and their society and their practices and the things that they hold dear, their belief system, even on a semi-religious spiritual level. Witch Doctor is very common among troll lore. Now, as far as the realistic aspect of it, I don't really know a whole lot. I have heard about witch doctors. Some of these themes, of course, in real life, they do exist. So, that's that. If we check orcs, now I'm going to try to connect a little bit of the lore to the best that I know. I played Warcraft for about 20 plus years. I like to say I know a drift of their, excuse me, hang on. I like to say after all that time, I know a bit of the story or the idea of the story. I've always been interested in the story, largely in World of Warcraft. So if I'm going to connect the dots with orcs being witch doctor, I'd like to say that perhaps, with all that time with trolls in history, just bottom line, the orcs, when they first came to Azeroth, the first, war with Warcraft 1, so on and so forth. The story goes on. Warcraft 2, there's always been trolls alongside of the orcs. So that's something that's always been kind of there. Later on, the goblins came around. Tauren and Darkspear trolls, these particular trolls, this particular, what do you call it, group of trolls, or a clan, they are more recent from Warcraft 3. There was also the forest trolls too as well. So, yeah. With all that time though, and trolls being trolls, knowing that witch doctor is very close to their society, it was only a matter of time before they exchange ideas, perhaps. So with that exchange, different abilities, different war tactics, different skills, talent, and abilities, so on and so forth. It was only a matter of time before orcs can be witch doctors. That's my way of puzzle piecing it. Now, there's probably something more official out there. All right, but this is just based on my time playing, Warcraft in general. And I wasn't even really playing Horde that much. I largely play Alliance, but I found a lot of interesting points with the Horde as well. So, yeah, there's a lot to discover as far as lore development. I think this is a good thing. So, yeah, orcs being witch doctor, that's pretty cool. I would have even assumed maybe not Tauren, right? I don't know, because kind of like Loa, Tauren, and like Wild Spirits, I believe Tauren would have been a bit of a closer option as well compared to orcs, because Tauren have been on Azeroth for a long time, but maybe they've been largely separated. Yeah, so that's extension. But anyway, if we mouse over, it's only Troll and Orc for the Horde. But we'll swing over to the Alliance side. So again, I guess more because of realistic reasons, they are capable of being Witch Doctor. Humans are, as a race in most fantasy games, are quite capable, race of people. So they have a fair amount of availabilities to them. I mean, you just look at this character customization um, class availability here. There's very few grays, and if you really wanted to wing it in different ways, I mean, you can make it available to anybody, but I believe there's value in limitation, right? So anyway, I got my other opinions, but this is all about the witch doctor today. So with human witch doctors, you got the population of humans that are borderline between Duskwood and also Stranglethorn Vale. So if you puzzle piece that together, and also the troll wars, just for the sake of knowledge, the sake of war tactics again, because the trolls, there's a guy, I think Daneth Trollbane, the Trollbane family, or that last name, the surname. They've I guess they earned that name for obvious reasons. They were at war with the trolls. I'm not sure if that's the actual guy's name, but maybe it's just a title. But humans have been at war with trolls for years, and it's not surprising that they know a thing or two about their tactics as well. So that's probably the exchange there, just to kind of bridge it along. Seeing a human witch doctor is quite unique. I actually haven't seen any played yet. I know they're out there, but once we, maybe on an alt or something or live, we'll probably make a witch doctor human just for the fun of it. But yeah, so if you look at these combat styles, right, shadow hunting, voodoo, brewing, I can't really picture a human doing that just with these descriptions. Again, this is just surface level stuff. But if you made one, let me know. Let me know your thoughts on the comments or on chat. And since we're live right now, but let me know what you think of human witch doctors. And maybe to push it, I'm not saying this has to be and that I want it to be, but I could kind of imagine it being extended to witch doctor for night elves, right, as another option. I'm not saying that they have to enable that. If this is what's locked and what's not locked, it's fine. We'll go ahead and roll forward so we can just move on. But being that night elves in lore have a root genealogy, I guess you'd say, in their history with the trolls, it's really not too odd for them to be witch doctor. But they have that Venomancer in common, right? So that's something. But anyway, that's the idea, guys. I got it on Felsworn. My bad. Let's go back to Witch Doctor. Sorry for my talk. There's a lot to say. Um, and yeah, so we did go ahead and make an orc Venomancer. And who's the witch? Witch no witch? Me no witch man. Here we go. All right, and we got a stream boo, guys. See you later, stream boo. Advertising on the chat. All right, so let's go ahead and flip the music for a moment, and we'll get into what we know and what we have come to know about the Witch Doctor. So give me just a second here. Alright, guys, we are back. So let's see, hang on real quick. Here we are. Alright, so Witch Doctor, level 10 fresh, right? We've crossed over. Alright, and let's just run over some of the baseline abilities during the level 1 through 10 journey. Alright, so let me just go ahead and park myself on the side. I should probably be in the Troll District, right? Hanging out with the buds. Yeah, man. Alright, so this is me no witch man. Alright, my troll. Wannabe orc. My orc cosplaying as a troll. Whatever. Call it what you want. Anyway, so with that being said, we're going to let me just check my abilities here. And my spellbook. Okay, both don't show. Okay, there's a few ranks. We're not gonna worry about that for now. Let's go ahead and close this. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so at level 1 you start with 2 abilities, alright? One is called Loa's Brew, and the other one is called Malefic Wrath. Alright, so Loa's Brew. Let's see what's going on with that. Loa's Brew is described as this. You brew a potion, and then throw it to an allied target, restoring 98 health. So, in some ways, you wouldn't say healing in the traditional sense. You're actually just throwing bottles at people. Kind of like Deckard Cain in Heroes of the Storm. It's up to them if they pick it up. This one is targeted, though, so no escaping from the heal. Just I mentioned that. And then you have Malefic Wrath. So, you hurl of... Wow, you don't hurl, okay? Don't do that. That's inappropriate. You hurl voodoo energy at an enemy, dealing 36 nature damage. Alright, so this is like your primary damage ability right here. Alright, and let's see what we learned at level 2. We got Serpent Ward and also Spirit of Wuju? No, Spirit Wuju, sorry, Spirit Wuju. So hang on, let's see if we could switch that there. Okay, so... Okay, I actually didn't put this on my bars, I don't think. Oh, I did, okay. Spirit Wuju. So here you go. Imbue an ally with the power... I'm sorry, imbue an ally with the Spirit of Senjin for 30 minutes, increasing their spirit by 3, and their magic resistances by 5. Can only have one Wuju active on a target at a time. Okay, so just be mindful when you're casting these. I guess you're going to get a few of these, and you're going to have to kind of navigate which would be best for whatever class or whatever situation you're in. So just to go ahead and mention that. And then the next ability here is Serpent Ward. So let's go, I think Shadow Hunting, right? Yeah, Serpent Ward. So you drop a Serpent Ward near you for 1 minute. This is also instant cast. The ward spits fire at nearby enemies, attempting to focus on your primary target. You can only have one ward active at a time. So for those of you who've seen the Tinker class gameplay stream just the other day, well, just yesterday actually, you'll notice that when you drop turrets, it kind of auto targets, or well, it auto attacks the target you have selected. So even though you didn't do anything, that thing, or the ward, is going to basically go ahead and hit. And we'll demonstrate that in a little bit, but basically it's going to strike whatever target you have targeted. If you have nothing, if it's a clear target, like me, I don't have anything. This is targeted, this is clear. What's all these buffs? Okay, these are cosmetic, server buffs, okay. But basically it's going to auto attack your target. So the next ability is Brew Cocktail and Hex of Malice. Alright, so let's see, wait. Let's go to brewing. It's brewing, okay. Brew Cocktail, and there is also 2 ranks available. We'll get into that a little bit later. You learned this at level 4. So Brew Cocktail, it says here, brews 5 feeded cocktail, providing the Witch Doctor and her allies with something to drink. Conjured items disappear if logged out for more than 15 minutes. So this is very similar to like Mage, if you guys are familiar. The conjured items will show up in your bags temporarily, but if you're logged out, you will disappear, so you get some bag efficiency. That's pretty good. But yeah, this is good to default to. Of course, it's always good to have the other stuff that you could eat, whatever. But well-fed buffs is nice too. This is good to carry you over though. And then what is this one? Oh, that's later. Nope, spoiler alert, sorry. Hex of Malice is the other one. Right here. Alright. So Hex of Malice is an instant cast, 30-yard range. You curse an enemy, dealing 10 shadow damage and an additional 112 to 120 shadow damage over 24 seconds. Periodic damage dealt by this effect can critically strike. So this is good to know. You know, you'll get some bursts of damage as this is on an enemy. You would think of this very similar to like your Shadow Word Pain. You want to dot up your enemies, or I guess you could say Moonfire, without the kind of the moon flash, right? So as far as use, it's fairly similar. Level 6, all right, you learn Brew Stew. So we were just there in brewing. Brew Stew. So you brew 5 fish stew, providing the witch doctor and their allies with something to eat. Brewed items disappear if logged out for more than 15 minutes. So same concept with brew cocktail. So you got your brew spells, if you will. So when you brew something, you could either eat or drink. Alright, so just keep the mana around enough to make these, and you'll pretty much, out of combat, be able to carry through. Level 8, we have Loa's Brew. As a matter of fact, it's right here. Loa's Brew, actually, we did read this. This was a rank 2. Okay, so we'll skip over. We did read this. And then we have Shrinking Jinx. I believe that's under Voodoo right here. So, Shrinking Jinx, curse an enemy for 20 seconds, reducing their size and attack power by 21 and spell power by 10. So this definitely weakens them. So it says here you can have only one Jinx active on a target at a time. So just keep that in mind. Alright, you'll probably get, again, just like the spirits, or Wuju, I'm sorry. Just like the Wujus, you'll also get different Jinxes, it would seem. Alright, and then you also get, what is this, Shadow Effigy. Alright, so that is under Shadow Hunting. So Shadow Effigy is instant cast. And yeah, same. I'm just looking at the bottom here. Can only have one effigy active at a time. So Jinxes, effigies, and Wujus. All right. So any witch doctor, just keep that in mind. There's a limitation. You drop a shadow effigy near you for 1 minute. Enemies within 30 yards have their casting speed reduced by 20% and their movement speed by 40%. So you could do quite a bit with just these different Jinxes, effigies, and Wujus. Pretty interesting, and their effects, being combined, can be pretty devastating for the foe, right? Yeah, brew cocktail again. That's a rank 2, so we'll just skip that. Also got stew as well. That's a rank 2, and then you have, I believe, power Wuju. Did we learn that at level 10? That must be under Voodoo, so let's just check. I believe that's Voodoo. Yeah, Power Voodoo. This does become available at level 10, so we didn't train it yet. Let's go ahead and get that. We're gonna work on the spells that we didn't put in our spellbook before we rank up. So, let's see. Power Wuju. Give an ally some Wujuman. It's in the description, literally. Increases their melee and range attack power by 30. Last 30 minutes. 1 Wuju on a target per time. Alright, so this kind of works like, I guess you say Paladin, I guess, in a way. Where, I guess, blessings, there's a limitation on blessings. You can't put, like, 2 blessings on 1 target. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. Anybody on chat or on comments. But I believe that's how it works. Just keep in mind it's like a switch. In this case. I'm not sure if Paladin operates that way. That's my guess. I have observed Paladin from the side, but please let me know. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Either way. So, let's go ahead and check our... Well, we'll actually do some combat. You got some duel going on here, alright? Just spectate for a moment. And actually, fun fact, forgot that my sound was not on. So that's good. At least we did it. check. Void Zerker. You get the potion, man. Here. Have some lowest brew. It's level 25. It might take a while. I'm gonna be out of mana. Alright, so this is what the heal looks like though. Perfect timing, right? So no mana now. But that's the animation for, and I'll show you the guys the animations for the other abilities too. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, that was Lowest Brew. And we're gonna go ahead and do Hex of Malice. So let's see if we can find just a single dynamic. I think this would be it, right? That way you can see the animation. I'll show you guys what it looks like for Hex of Malice. So that's the animation. You got the little kind of like Warlock skull icon with some shadow effects. And then if reapplied, you have like that, I think, what is that? The Priest ability. I forgot what it's called. But basically, it's a Shadow Priest ability animation, it looks like. Still pretty cool though. It's nice. And yeah, let's look at our jinxes, right? So we have Curse an Enemy, reducing their size. Yep, we read this one. So this is Shrinking Jinx right here. So size and attack power. Alright, so this is good when you're like in a situation where you're just getting a lot of damage. So they literally turn small. It was only for a moment, so let's reapply. There's another secondary buff on it. And then this one is the slow. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind, just the differences. Alright, so reducing attack power and spell power. And then reducing their speed. So that's what Lethargy Jinx looks like. And again, we'll go ahead and recast just for that animation. It's immune to it, but the animation is able to go through, so that's good. Let's show you guys Malefic Wrath, which is this ability here. Hurl voodoo energy at the enemy, dealing 36 nature damage. Let's go ahead and do that again. We'll recast. And one more. We also have Serpent Ward. So I'm going to clear my target, and I'm going to put this ward down. So if my observation is correct, it will pretty much operate just like how a turret does. There's no targets, right? I don't have anybody selected, but as soon as I even click it, nothing. Okay, so I'm not in target. I'm not in combat, so it's not pulling. So I think now it is. There we go. It's attacking now. Now if I clear my target, does he stop? No, he's not stopping. Does it change target? So we can only have one ward at a time. Okay. Let's change here. So, does this change anything? No. So I think it will remain focused on that one target. Unless this target goes down, maybe, then it will focus on another one. But it seems that this one is just going to lock on to the current target. Let me get out of combat first. And we'll just do a quick sample again. More out of combat. Let's go. There you go. So again, nothing is targeted. This is more experimental. Now if I right click it, it casts. So just keep that in mind, guys. Alright, it has a bit of a different way of operating, but for the most part you should be getting the targets that you desire. It's just just keep in mind like how the turret operates. This may or may not work similarly. with whatever target you're dealing with. So we have the Jinxes, we did the wards. Okay, and let's do the Shadow Effigy. This model might change, I guess, later. This is kind of like an old god kind of, what do you call it? Tide Siege from BFA model right now. I thought I saw this like with the Cultist. But the effect again is supposed to slow down enemies with their movement speed and their casting speed. So yeah. Keep that in mind. It's good to have. Put it around. There's only a 12-second cooldown on it. And then let's see the buffs. So we have Spirit Wuju. Let's go ahead and cast that real quick. Okay. Make sure I'm the target. Okay, so again, I can only have one of this, but this one is magic resistances and spirit increases. So this guy, he's a Templar, right? So I believe he's doing largely physical damage. If we buff him, we'll probably give him Power Wuju. Let's see what that looks like. Give an ally, yeah, Wuju, increases their melee and range attack power. So that's what it looks like, a little bit of like a red spark. Let me do it for myself as well, so we'll switch it. Because there are some physical abilities that I do have. So once again, this is what Power Wuju looks like. And then this is what Spirit Wuju looks like. So the keywords is Spirit and Power, just to keep that in mind. Let's see what else is going on. Yep, this is a brew cocktail, so let's just demonstrate how that looks. Alright, so basically it's going to go in your bag. I have the feeded cocktail item that you get from that, so this is your basically your conjured mana restore. And the next one is brew cocktail. Oh, I'm sorry, brew stew. Yeah, you get fish stew right there. All right, so this is your health over time regeneration. Conjured item. All right, so let's get into our ranks. I think we covered a whole lot. I don't think there's anything that we're missing. Yeah, we did lowest brew already. That's all pretty much there. Let me just check the spellbook real quick, and we'll go ahead and get our upgrades. I don't have a target. Can't do that. All right, hang on. Lethargy, Jinx. Yeah, we got the Jinx there. And then we have these as well, so we should be fine. Now, you do have Natural Alchemist. I did not mention that before. This is a passive that you just have right off the bat. So if you're going Alchemy, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? It's very thematic. So you got some professional benefits, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's got benefits. All right. So let's go ahead out for a moment and check our new abilities. So let's just rank up on Brew Stew and Brew Cocktail. Right, and then that's brewing. Shadow Hunting, do we have anything? No. And then Voodoo, do we have anything? No. There'll be more to see soon. But now we're going to have to go ahead and unpack our talents, right? So let me just see. Let's do some open world targeting for a minute. Do some kills and get an idea of how each of these work, each of these abilities. So we'll just do it for a moment. Let's see if we can find some targets. And we'll also do about 2 minutes worth. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Alright, we got these boars here, which could be quite mean if you pull them and you're not prepared. I don't think I have skinning either, right? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's just see for a moment here. Alright. We're going to keep it kind of Witch Doctor like with the music. At least some of the themes. Alright. So let's go ahead and restart this real quick. Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and freestyle it. Let's go ahead. Let's get our buff up. We're going to go spellcast. A little bit of these two. Now we do have the Jinx that's on him. Lethargy Jinx. Can't put both. And then we also have the Shadow Effigy, so he's a lot more slower now. The ward took him down. The ward took him down. Let's use the other Jinx, which is Shrinking Jinx. And so that slow is still working on the opponent. And we'll just kind of kite around with the Serpent Ward. There we go. Do I have full bags already? No. I was thinking I had full bags. Let's reposition our Shadow Effigy. And we have also the slow effect, I think? No. There you go. We got the Jinx on him. So now that he's kited that far away, he finds that the Serpent Ward is causing more aggro. That's cool, though. I guess it could work out, right? Take advantage of it. Okay, another one. Let's go. Okay, yeah, so that's our damage over time. Hex of Malice. Okay. Let's get some spiders. Excuse me. So we got 2 targets. Let's go ahead and put Hex on there too. Let's reduce their attack power so we can mitigate a bit more. I'm gonna have to go combat. Let's put a orb down. I'm getting clobbered a bit. Can't heal it. I'm gonna have to run for it. That poison's lasting forever. I have enough mana to heal. Okay. I wasn't ready for 2. And the poisons are pretty strong actually, I didn't realize. Yeah, I'm gonna keep running. That ward was pulling everything. So this is just stuff to keep in mind. We'll just get these 2 more ores instead. Combat for days. Okay. Let's go ahead and recover real quick. I'll probably just keep this up here for now. Actually, underneath. So they get the effect of, well, he was a bit closer, but they also get the effect of the Shadow Effigy, but it doesn't pull them, so that's pretty cool. Slow him down already early. Let's leave this turret on. I keep calling it a turret. Ward. They're not the same. Okay, there you go. That's 1. Let's do 1 more. We pulled it. It's interesting that they could dual wield too, even though I'm not sure if that's a glitch or nothing, but since I could equip 2 items. It's interesting. But yeah, you could dual wield as well. So that's interesting to know. We're gonna take just a moment and unpack the specializations now. We did our learning with level 10 stuff and our ranks, so we should be pretty much good. I don't think there's anything further. Here, let's subtract all. Brewing, okay, that's brewing, shadow hunting, and voodoo. Alright, so everything's pretty much gray. We'll swing back in just a moment, alright? And I'll catch you in just about maybe 5 or so minutes. Be right back. All right. All right, guys, we're back. What's up? What's up, guys? What's up? Okay. All right, let's get back into the game, and we're gonna see a bit more of what's going on with the witch doctor. All right, I was about to say witch hunter, but that's the wrong class. All right, so these are the specializations that we're working with here. With this class, we have shadow hunting, voodoo, and brewing. All right. So you got range DPS, casting DPS, and healer. Alright, so with shadow hunting, we'll go ahead and break some stuff down the road. But we got a different order of how we're going about things, so we'll start with shadow hunting though. Embrace the teachings of Bwansamdi. Sorry. Embrace the teaching of Bwansamdi and become the living embodiment of the lowest wrath with powerful ranged attacks and shadow magic. And then their primary stat is agility, complexity is normal, so what you do start off with is Shadow Hunter as your sample abilities. Then you have Mirage, and then you also have Malefic Arrow. And then so the next specialization here you have is Voodoo. Embrace the Voodoo and cripple and enfeeble your enemies with powerful manipulation spells. So in this case you do need intellect and spirit. Definitely need some of that. Since you're going to be caster, yeah. Intermediate complexity. And so your sample spells are Puppeteer's Threads, Mimic Ward, and Bad Juju. There you go. And then Brewing, you have Healer. Harness the shadows of dark alchemy to concoct potent brews and potions. Channeling healing energies to empower your allies. So you do need spirit for this. Complexity is normal. And your sample spells are Cauldron Brewer, Healing Ward, and Jungle Shrooms. Okay. Pretty interesting. We're going to decide on brewing to start off with. But I'm just going to manage one thing real quick, so please excuse me. I'm going to have to close the music real quick for a moment, and we'll come back to it. So your three specs are Shadow Hunting. Shadow Hunting is ranged DPS. Embrace the teachings of Wansamdi and become the living embodiment of the lowest wrath with powerful ranged attacks and shadow magic. So the complexity is normal, and your sample spells are Shadow Hunter, Mirage, and Malefic Arrow. For Voodoo, you are casting DPS, and I'm sorry. For Voodoo, you are casting DPS, and the description is embrace the Voodoo, cripple and enfeeble your enemies with powerful manipulation spells. So you'll need intellect and spirit as your stats. The complexity is intermediate, and you have as your sample spells Puppeteer's Threads, Mimic Ward, Bad Juju. And then for your healing specialization, you have Brewing. You harness the shadows of dark alchemy to concoct potent brews and potions, channeling healing energies to empower your allies. So it requires spirit as your primary stat here, and the complexity is normal. Your sample spells are Cauldron Brewer, Healing Ward, and Ingredient Jungle Shrooms. All right, so this is what you start off with, guys, and we're gonna go and jump to our brewing specialization. So for brewing, we're going to go ahead and select our talents right here. All right, so let's unpack this for a moment on what we're working on. We'll just go spec side first. All right, since this is the most general kind of side that we're going to be around, and then this is your spec side here. So yeah, let's see what you're working with here. For Witch Doctor, Healing Ward. which we read earlier. But yeah, it does heal up to 8 allies within 30 yards. Okay, just keep that in mind. You also have Mimic Ward. Alright, with just something to mention. So, with each of the specializations, you're going to have those 3 abilities in the center, from what I'm noticing here. So, right here, Mimic Ward is defaulted to Voodoo, but since I'm brewing, Healing Word is defaulted here. Alright, so with Mimic Word, summon a Mimic Word for 12 seconds for the duration when you cast Malefic Wrath and Lowest Brew. The ward will be also cast, if I'm reading that right, also cast it on your target. Mimic Words can be active alongside other words. Okay, so this is kind of like the exception, I guess. With other words, there's probably a limitation, but this one is also a word. This one, I guess, could potentially stack. That's, I guess, the idea. So once again, summon a Mimic Ward for 12 seconds for the duration when you cast Malefic Wrath and Low's Brew. The ward will also cast it on your target. Alright, and then you have Mirage. Its instant cast, become invisible for 20 seconds, gaining 5 spirits, leaving a copy of yourself behind, and reducing threat each second. Direct damage dealt will end this effect. Alright, so that's just something to keep in mind. When invisible, you can see other invisible targets and those who can see invisible. Alright, so just something to note. Okay, so you kind of got like a stealth ability here. And it does reduce threat too as well. It's cool that you leave an image behind as well. So Juju Injection increases your agility and intellect by 5%, so that's good. There's a dual stat increase right there. Then you got Chosen One. Your Mimic Ward will now summon 1 additional ward. Okay, cool. So we'll have, I guess, 2 Mimic Wards, potentially. Then you have Spiritual Traditions. Allow 40% of your mana regeneration to continue while casting. And then let's go for this bottom row here. We'll just do the first 3 rows. So Senjin's, there's 2 of them here. So Senjin's Swiftness reduces the cooldown of Mirage by 60 seconds. Okay, so you could basically stealth a bit more often. And instead, there's also Senjin's Wisdom, doubles the duration of Mirage. Then you have Mojo Madness. Damage and healing done now have a 5% chance to reduce the cost of your next spell or ability by 100% for 10 seconds. Okay, so every bit of damage or healing that you do reduces the next spell, more or less. Pretty cool. So then you have Wizened. Increases your maximum mana by 5% and reduces the mana cost of spells and abilities by 3%. So a bit more mana efficiency. This is nice with Wizened. And then you have Seeker. Reduces the mana cost of your wards, idols, and effigies by 20%. Cool. Something to keep in mind. Alright, so we're going to move on to our brewing side. As you can see, there's actually 2 things that are selected when we pop off. Well, after you select it here. So it's pretty interesting. Give me just a moment. I'll just go ahead and pause this real quick. Alright, so with brewing, let's see what we start off with. Ingredient Jungle Shrooms, which I believe we read earlier, but let's just look over it real quick. Brew Jungle Shrooms into your cauldron. And then it says cauldron heal up to 8 allies within 30 seconds for 9 every 8 seconds. So every 8 seconds there's, I guess, AoE heal. Potion Toss. Heal the target ally for 10 to 11 every 3 seconds for 18 seconds. Okay, so there's basically a heal over time effect. Then Potion Toss. So I believe we already have that, right? Oh no, that's Lowest Brew. So Potion Toss is a different spell, it seems. There's a 15-second cooldown on this. Fill a potion from your cauldron and toss it at a friendly target, healing them for 113. The effect of the Potion Toss will change based on your active ingredients. So if we if we run back to this, hang on. When we look at this, right, and we apply this ingredient, basically this potion toss's effect will change. So by default, basically it just gives them, I guess, a burst heal, or not, maybe not a burst, but you know, a default heal. This one will, I guess, convert the heal into healing over time, if I'm tracking correctly. We're going to have to just experiment it and figure it out. We also have Cauldron Brewer. Alright, you may prepare ingredients into a cauldron, crafting a brew. Nearby allies are buffed based on the active brew. Only one of each ingredient can be active at a time. So we're gonna have to take a bit of time of figuring this out, how this functions. Alright, but we got this stuff now. Alright, quite a bit that we have. Time to brew, man, it says here. So there's a pop-up. That's pretty interesting. Okay. I don't know if I saw this yesterday when we were doing Tinker. Maybe not. I think that's from the level 10 process. Or like as soon as you hit level 10. You now have a cauldron. You can mix up to 2 ingredients at a time in it. If in doubt, hang on. I have it somewhere here. Let's see. Yeah, I was just in the middle of reading it. I didn't know there was a duration. I forgot. I thought it showed up on chat. Okay, well, I'm probably just gonna have to jump back in the video in order to see it. It's crazy. Okay, hang on. There might be a way. There might be a way. No, there's no way on this side. Alright, it is what it is. Looking it over, looking it over. It's like less than a minute ago. It was just up. Yeah, and then chat is like rapidly moving, so yeah. Okay, anyway, there will be a time where we're just gonna have to look that up later. Alright, but moving forward, we have these abilities. Alright, so let's go ahead and just relocate these real quick and then we'll get moving. Okay, I don't know if I'm missing anything else. I think we should be fine. Let's just breeze over this real quick. Yep, brewing. There's probably not a whole lot else with these other spells since they're not they're not brewing spec. Just looking it over one more time. Potion toss. Okay. All right. So let's see how we could unpack this. Alright, so first of all, you do need a cauldron, and without it, I don't think you could do these other abilities. Let's see. So let's do the ingredient jungle shrooms. Brew jungle shrooms into your cauldron, right? But you have to have your cauldron up, which is right here, but we're not going to do it yet. So hang on. Heal target ally. Yep, for healing over time. And then potion toss. You need, I think, the cauldron to use it. Yeah, I can't do it. Now let's do jungle shrooms real quick. Okay, so do I get a heal? No, it deactivates it. So this is like a toggled ability. Jungle shroom. Very interesting. Let's leave that there. For now, okay. So that's toggled on. Now let's put on the cauldron. Let's see. Wait, here. Just put this away. So it shows that it's on. Alright. Now this is enabled potion toss. So I have no one else to heal at the moment. Let's see if we could heal this NPC. No, it just goes on me. So there is ticking heals. And it will also do Loa's Brew. Now, we could still use Potion Toss, but we'll just have to disable. Let's try to disable the ingredient Jungle Shroom. So it should just be a burst heal. So let me get some damage first. I have the cauldron up. Do a hex on him. And let's go ahead and use... Okay, can't use the potion. Really? Okay, it seems like you have to. It is instant. Instant cast, okay. But let's disable the ingredient so it doesn't become available. So there's no real default effect then without ingredients. You do require ingredients, it seems. That doesn't seem clear on the tooltip. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. So let's equip, put on the ingredients real quick. There you go. If we take it off, it's dimmed. Alright, so that's like the switch. So the heal, I guess, is 113 in general. But since you have the ingredient on, it changes the heal. I don't know if the values are different or not. Whichever the case, you can't use Potion Toss without an ingredient. So just keep that in mind. So let's go ahead and attack for a bit. Go ahead and do a 2-minute drill. And let's see how this works. So give me a moment here. Alright guys, so we are back. Yeah, that's just like an idea of how Witch Doctor combat is. One thing just to keep in mind is the wards. You could only do one at a time. So of course that's already clearly stated in the description, but in combat it was a a bit more of a discovery. But anyway, so you just gotta adjust to your situation, I would say. Let's go ahead and just level up for a bit and see what's going on with brewing, right? Brewing Witch Doctor. So we do that to get some targets, I guess, deeper in, but we gotta get a sack of supplies. I'm gonna move this over to the side for a moment here. And we're on brewing side, so let's check this out. Children is kind of interesting, being on their back like that. But I guess you say it's class fantasy, right? So kind of cool. There's a big shockwave there. It's funny. So it's kind of like Loa's brew is kind of like a default heal, if you will. What is this? Knight of Zoroth and Stormbringer. Okay, so one is Power Wuju, the other one is Spirit Wuju. Give it a shot. Can I buff him? Spirit Wuju, okay. I'm gonna give myself Spirit Wuju, so hang on, where am I? Right here. Alright, so that place has a bit of competition, so let me go to the other side instead. There's actually some bags here. So of course, a large part of learning the class is actually playing it. I know that's very obvious, but you know, when you read the descriptions, you're only going to really understand so much of it until you actually play it, and then that's when you see like the different values and how much healing, how much damage, do they need to get nerfed or buffed, you know. So there's many different opinions with all sorts of, you know, with all the classes, right? So yeah, that's kind of like part of the process. So I believe there's a lot to be excited for, though. I mean, just the theme alone, I like it. As far as combat, you know, as we're playing through it, I'm going to see how it all plays out, but it's still pretty interesting as a class. Definitely have a lot of tools for different situations. It kind of covers a lot, so far it feels pretty good, gameplay-wise. Let's go ahead and throw this potion on early. It's kind of like a beam too, like the Shrinking Jinx. Okay, I didn't realize there was like a ranged animation. And let's go ahead and put the healing ward up. So I guess Potion Toss, yeah, it does give you that kind of like that burst healing at first, or that like solid heal, and then the effect kicks in afterward. So if I'm understanding correctly, yeah, because without the ingredient, like this one, I can't use it. right? So just keep the ingredients in mind as you go ahead. Alright, so this ward is just wandering. Let me resummon. Oh, the aggro from above. Okay. One thing I guess with the serpent ward, they can be quite aggressive. I replaced the ward by accident, and it just got knocked. Okay. Hopefully I can recover from this. The good thing I guess with serpent ward that it's cheap. As long as you have aggro on you, you should be fine. Let me get a well-fed buff as well while I'm here, and let's go ahead and drink. I think we got the bags. Yeah, we just need one more sack here. Okay. Just got to keep in mind of the words. That's one thing I need to work on. Critical strike. Okay, we got some bags over here as well. We're going to switch to our healing word instead. Again, we're going to use the healing word this time here. That way we don't pull additional enemies. I would rather have the heal as a standard for now. Also got mana to look at. I gotta keep the hex on them too as well. So something to keep in mind. Zoroth guy. And then let's go ahead and hand in. So we probably gotta fight our way through, I guess, right? It's fine. It's the XP, right? Shinies. The west of Razor Hill. Should be this location coming up. It's above. Okay, so let's work our way up there. Don't drive like this. I'll put my cauldron away. Just custom quest, yeah, I don't... Maybe they enhanced it, I'm not sure. Okay, so we still have the ingredient up. But I guess there's more benefits if you have a cauldron up, I'm guessing. So cauldron heals allies within 30 yards. Okay, so you'll have an AoE effect if you have the cauldron up. If I'm understanding that correctly. But with the cauldron off, you don't get that effect. And it also triggers your potion toss, so I could still use my potion toss. Yeah. I probably just won't have the AoE effect. We're gonna keep the cauldron on anyway. There you go. We gotta do a bit of parkour to get here. Harpy hunter. So we gotta get more harpies anyway. Nah, didn't work. Go around the other way? No. It's this way, my bad. Not often on the horde side. Let's go around this way. Let's see. So I just did a good double cast of Healing Word. Definitely a habit you gotta break, because you will lose mana quickly if you do that. So it's just things like that. So instant cast spells, they don't have cooldowns, right? So you could keep tapping them and then next thing you know you're out of mana. I mean, it all makes sense. It's just applying the habit. It's just one of those things. Okay, so I can't get the Harpy Hunter for now. I'm gonna have to go around next time. Probably after I do a hand in. So let's go a bit deeper here. We just did a circle. So let's continue going a bit more further here. Might be some local competition with quest mobs and all that, but let's see. Nope, that's further out. Let's go this way. Let's see this guy. Primalist. Pillager ones too as well. Just one pillager. Alright, so we're gonna get into, let's do this hand in first. We're gonna get into the deeper end of the talents for brewing in just a bit. So it's just a movement speed. increase it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Critical heal. That's always nice to receive. Yeah, just a few more up here. We also got a buff. Roll of Instinct. Restores 5 mana every 5 seconds. So that's I believe that is Primalist. Pillager. Yeah, we need to get the green ones. There's a lot of the other ones. The Savage. I drank and okay, yeah, I pressed the wrong thing. All good, all good. So definitely a lot of recovery options for the brewing witch doctor. We're just gonna move away from this guy. Or this gal, I should say. Alright, so hang on. Let's go ahead. This target here. Okay, it's ranged also. Definitely took out my Serpent Ward. Next time I should use one of my hexes on it. Jinxes, I mean. Okay, got two. Charge here. Yeah. The respawn got me. Okay. Let's release spirit. Hey, this is awkward. I'm playing a witch doctor and I have exit art music. Hang on, let me switch it. This is taking me around the world. Hang on. Return to graveyard. It's interesting you have all these resurrection options. Respawns might be rapid here. Something to keep in mind. Really sticky glue. Probably use that. I didn't realize I had it. That was one of the quest items, I think. Yeah, other than my stuff, I don't have anything really else to drink and eat, really. So it's cool that I can make 100 items. And we're also going to use... Okay, so feeded cocktail is no longer... It's fresh cocktail. Okay. So since it was a rank up... What else did I get? Herb soup. Okay, so the items do change as you rank them up. I forgot that kind of feature. I'm about to get hit. I think this is the thing that gets me killed, is the serpent ward, because it pulls extra, like whatever's in its radius, so it's just something to keep in mind. Up. So this is a rare. That's probably what got me killed. What was this one? Higlana? Wind Talon? Okay. What did I get from her? Burnt leather vest. Does that improve my stats? Yeah, it does, actually. Let's go ahead and throw some gear on. Yeah, got probably quite a few things, actually. This will probably be very helpful for us to equip. Get the armor from that one. Interestingly enough, you could equip mail too. I didn't realize that. Probably said it in the description, but probably may have to check that down the road. Might as well put this one on too as well. Let's put this chunks on. Which target? Cool. So it's getting really acquainted with your jinxes to help you, because there's a lot of like anti-caster abilities too. Slowing like spell casts and stuff like that definitely is helpful. So let's just go ahead and sippy sip a bit more. Mana bar goes up. Hey, here we go. Auto turret. But not really. I don't think I could loot her though. That's LOS. Let's LOS first. Yeah, it's gonna take her down. Okay, still counts. No, it doesn't count. Oh, those are storm witches. That's why. They have the same like coloring as the pillagers. So how can we find more pillagers? Let's go a little further. Probably scattered about. We're gonna continue on. Let's see. Just a minute. Okay. Storm witches, all of them. That stings. It's not what I wanted. Ah! Sorry, don't mean to be that loud. Okay. Gonna have to circle. Yeah, we have to go down this way. Okay, it's fine. Boink. Combat from the backside. And need some sustainment. That was more of an endurance test right there. And there's him. I guess I'm cursed, kind of, to keep the serpent ward up. It's like, it's a thing that I need, but it's a thing that I don't want. Because it's gonna just pull everything around it. Okay, can I drink mana now? Drink mana, wow. Can I get can I get my mana up? Am I allowed? Very good. The ward is done with also. Storm Witch also. Pillagers I think are beyond a bit more. So LOS. Not LOS, but a bit more. It's a discovery! Somehow it's always the wrong direction, it seems. Maybe they're above. Like the pirates that I need. Let's see. Somehow I'm not accessing these pillagers and this doesn't have an exit, it doesn't seem. It's actually deeper to something else. It is what it is, I guess. Let's continue on. We'll head on out of here. Let's actually relocate. I'm gonna go to Razor Hill. I'm gonna have to come back here anyway, down the road. Just go on the wreckage, I guess. Okay, just a moment, guys. I get just 2 quests here while we're here as well. Just ran over a campfire. I don't suggest doing that.
Strength.
And I think there's a quest giver in here. Further up, I think. Let's see. This guy.
Strength and honor.
Oh, okay, it's a stay a while, listen quest. I'm gonna have to pass for that for now. This is actually dialogue I like to actually read, but I'll skip for now. Let me see if there's any others. Around the area, there is one above, I think.
Sug.
Road to the other side. I think that's the quest, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if we have to queue for that though. Probably queue for that. Might be random. We'll look into that one. Let's just work with what we have down here instead. I just got silenced. moving pretty quick into water. Is that? Yeah, it's a water buff. Let's see. Gotta go Ganith. Underwater breathing. Increased. Swim speed. Okay, cool. Cool. Embedded sword. Something I cannot use? That's so nice to sell. Okay, so we got that. Let's go to get some tiger floor. Actually, let's get to a safe spot, because I did say earlier that I was going to check into the remaining talents for the Witch Doctor, so we'll get into a safe spot real quick and go over those. It's just like a swimming cauldron now. I'm not an orc swimming in the water. What are you talking about? I'm just a floating Witch Doctor cauldron in the middle of the ocean. Just a minute. Good. So let's just hang out right here real quick. I don't think we'll have maybe too many conflicts. We should be fine right here. Alright, let's see. So brewing. And so I did mention that we started off with these two earlier. Let's just get to the third row here. So mixologist is, and we could get another talent too as well. So mixologist, you can now add an additional ingredient to your cauldron, enhancing your brew. This teaches you ingredient fish oil, so you'll get fish oil from this. Brew fish oil into your cauldron. And for the cauldron, it says increases your movement speed. I'm sorry, the movement speed and swim speed of allies within 40 yards by 10%. Okay, cool. So the cauldron is on your back, right? So whoever's in your vicinity, basically, right? I guess it works kind of like an aura effect. And then your potion here increases the allies' movement speed by 20% and dodge chance by 5% for 8 seconds. Okay, so we're just going to have to see how this is applied. I'm going to learn this anyway. It's the only talent choice we have. Let's finish these 3 rows, 3 talents here as well. So, potent mixes increases your healing done by 4% and reduces the threat generated by your spells by 15%. So that takes the threat down a bit. That's nice. Maybe with the wards it won't be as impacted. The enemies won't prioritize the wards as much. Then it says Mojo Addiction increases your maximum mana by 5%, so that's always nice. Brewmaster. Alright, so reduces the cast time of lowest brew by 0.25 seconds, and spell pushback suffered from damaging attacks by 35%. Okay, so lowest brew is reduced, and yeah, damaging attacks doesn't push you back as much. Spirit Healer is your level 20, so that won't be until a little bit. Increases healing power by 25% of Spirit, and increases spell critical strike chance by 10% of Spirit. Oh wait, hang on. Yep. Yeah, let's save changes on that. So we got this fish oil. So this is another ingredient. Let's put this where we would need it. Okay, let's try not to miss dialogue. There you go. Now you have your second ingredient. Try to use both of them at the same time. You hear? You can potion toss from your cauldron, brother, or sister. Different ingredients do... Hang on, let me see if I can catch it. Different ingredients do different things. Start experimenting. Mun. Okay. I have a stream screen on the other side, so I'm able to catch the entire message. Alright, cool. So, when you learn ingredients, basically there's dialogue that pops up, at least for now. So if we put both, do we have increased speed with this? Okay, as you can see, I can toggle them on and off. It doesn't cost anything, right? Oh, it does. Yeah. So when you mix around with ingredients, just watch your mana a bit. Increases movement speed and swim speed. Yeah. So if we apply it, so let's get into combat real quick. Is my speed increased? Looks like I'm going faster. Let's see where I am. So I'm going to apply it real quick. So I'm just going to run regular, and then this is the applied speed. I mean the applied, hopefully it's applying the effect is what I mean to say. Potion toss. Let's read this again. Potion increases allies, movement speed, and dodge chance by 5%. So let's apply this again. Fish oil right there. Dodge chance increased by 5%. Movement speed increased by 40%. It didn't jump shrooms yet. There's a heal over time effect. So let's look over this real quick. Wait, the movement speed and swim speed of allies within 40 yards. Right. So I have Cauldron on. And so since the ingredient is active, right? My swim speed is increased by 10%. Okay, well definitely I'm going faster. Let me get off the ground. Let's go to deeper water. Yep, and definitely moving with the world buff too as well, the server buff. Alright, so we're going to have to get more tigers. And I think raptor, yeah, tail lasher eggs. Let's go ahead and do that. Scalper sack. 10 bag. 10 slot bag. Gonna definitely have to manage bags in just a moment. Our mana is up. See if we can get that speed boost. Just a little bit. I'm not sure what the values were with the other part of the description. That's why I'm a little confused. I'm not sure if maybe it's a typo or whatever, but maybe we'll make sense of it later. Let's go ahead and mana up real quick. Lasher eggs. Need a bit more in. Let's see if there's tiger. Yeah, let's get tiger right here. Got the raptor tail lasher egg, and we just gotta get a tiger here. One more tiger. Set there. I go to Senjin Village. Just go across. Should be pretty much straight down here. And also, our swim speed should be considerable enough to get on through. Alright, so we're going to do a hand in just a moment here. Let's go ahead and sell some items. Sell some items real quick.
Talk to me. Stay away from the voodoo. Spirits be with you, man. What you want?
That's strange. I thought I equipped this already. See if it'll work. Hang on. Do we need this? No.
Lita.
Really? I can't use my aura? I thought auras were enabled.
Taboo.
Mysterious.
How you doing, man? Relax. Later. Okie dokie.
So we do have some hand-ins in Razor Hill. I think we could, what do you got? I think we could take the cart over to Razor Hill. Got the Chronomancer buff. Rosdor removes Wisdom, which is Intellect. That's nice. Got a few things to hand in here.
Speak. Strength. Okra. Throw hole.
Hey, I got one of those. I got one on my back. What's up?
Go forth to victory.
Zug zug! Zug zug man!
Blood and thunder. Dabu.
Sorry, yeah, we got minor agility. That's from Magic Essence by the odds. Yeah, our bags are good. Agility by 4, I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll probably put it to use. There's a few quests here, let's see. Yeah, this is like one of the newer quests, I think. Wait, hang on. That's something else. My bad. I'm gonna go in here though to get the quest. This is, I think, one of the local quests. Okay, you got the Witch Doctor guy. Okay, we're gonna learn abilities once we level up.
Loktar.
Thirsty Peon served. And full Digrant's pitcher. Okay, we need to fill the pitcher first, so I guess we just need to find water nearby. It's pointing here.
What can I help you?
Nope, can't go here yet because we don't have the water. So if I take off my cauldron, you'll see that I have like a water basket on my back or so. Pretty interesting UI. Not UI, what am I saying? Like model stuff that they have for the quest. It's nice. And the water is right outside. This little bit here, but it's something, right? There's a little bit over here as well. It's very little for Razor Hill, and you could like imagine a bunch of like thirsty orcs with that little bit of water. That kind of sucks. Sorry, but well, you got the Great Sea all around them, so they're just gonna have to have like water runs. All right, so let's go ahead and
strength and honor.
take care of these folks.
And honor.
Drink up.
Some.
I guess the first one didn't go through. Let's go back.
Mogra,
There might be something to discover here.
thug speak, friend.
Nice. Usually that might be, like, sometimes there's world items. You never know. Going a little further to, check if there's any world items. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a hand.
Loktar.
Oh. Complete quest. Okay, we're about to reach the end of our EXP. We just handed in a time before the EXP potion ran out. That's cool. We got a Fellsworn orc here. Alright, so we got a few stuff going on here and then down here. So we've been kind of all over. Alright guys, so we did our brewing witch doctor. Alright, we're not fully done. There's always more to discover as we level up over time and stuff. We'll just look over. Maybe we'll go Mimic Ward, right? Yeah. I'm not going to pick it for now, though, because we're already at the end of our brewing segment of the stream. Alright. Pretty fun stuff, though. I'm going to have to pick up in just a moment. We'll go ahead and take a break, and we'll check you guys in a few. Alright? So about, let's say 10-minute break. 10-minute break, okay? So see you guys in a moment. Alright guys, we're back, I'm not sure how good the stream is working right now or whatnot, but maybe it's lagging? I don't know. Anyway, we're still gonna go ahead and continue on with our side when it comes to the Witch Doctor. We're just gonna check brewing real quick because there is a few things I'd like to look over. Alright, so just be a moment. And let's see. Alright, so with brewing, we had this fish oil, right? So I just want to see. Yeah, I got it wrong. Okay, when I was reading the ingredients, fish oil, it says brew fish oil into your cauldron. The cauldron effect, it says, increases the movement speed and swim speed of allies within 40 yards by 10%. So it's kind of like an aura effect. I was thinking it was 40 yards within... I was thinking it was 40% within 40 yards. For some reason I got it reversed. I don't know why. So sorry for that. And then potion increases the movement speed by 20% and dodge chance by 5% for 8 seconds. Increases the target allies' movement speed. Alright. So anyway, those are just some things to keep in mind. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and switch to our different talents here. Alright, we were just in brewing. So far pretty much, pretty fun. We'll be able to see maybe a bit more in dungeons. We'll have to sample it and see. But let's go switch over to Voodoo real quick. So embrace the Voodoo. It says here, yeah, embrace the Voodoo. Cripple and enfeeble your enemies with powerful manipulation spells, as we read earlier. Alright, so just check here on my side. I'm going to select this. And we got a few things that we'll go over for a quick moment. So let me just hit this, the audio real quick. Alright. Alright, so what we're going to do is check the first 3 rows here on the Voodoo side. Okay, we already did Witch Doctor on this side earlier. So let's just check Voodoo here. Alright, so you have Shadow Puppets. As we read a little earlier, we'll just read it again. Channel 3, for 3 seconds, summoning a Shadow Puppet every 0.75 seconds that rushes toward your target and explodes upon impact, sorry. dealing 26 shadow damage. Okay. And Puppeteer's Threads is your level 10 passive. Damaging abilities now have a 35% chance to leave behind Puppeteer's Threads on enemies. So Puppeteer's Threads, what it does is damage taken from the Witch Doctor stores 10% of its value. When the effect ends, the damage stored is dealt instantly. So I guess it's like an explosive effect, maybe? I don't think it's AoE, it's just damage, but let me see again. I'm just rereading this. 35% chance to leave Puppeteer's Threads. So there's a chance that this will happen for 10 seconds. Damage taken by the Witch Doctor stores 10% of its value. So after that 10 seconds end, basically the damage is applied. Okay, pretty interesting. And so for the next ability, or talent, I should say, Stranglethorn Style. Increases your critical strike chance by 4% and reduces threat generated by your voodoo spells by 20%. Okay. So it's nice to have additional critical strike, which is good. And threat regeneration goes down a bit. Threat generation goes down, I should say. Alright, so let me just, I'm going to make a note here on my side. Okay, because we're moving over to voodoo now. And then lowest spirits. Okay, lowest spirits. Damage dealt and healing done now has 8% chance to collect a spirit. In addition, reduces spell pushback suffered by damaging attack by 35%. Okay, so I think you might get an additional resource. I'm not sure if that's going to have like a custom UI to track the spirits, but maybe it'll just be a buff. Regenerate 2 health and mana every 5 seconds for 10 seconds, stacking 5 times. So, okay, those are lowest spirits that you get there. Okay. Got 2 active abilities coming up. Bad Juju. Okay. Hurl a bolt, go a little slower there, of dark magic at an enemy, dealing 107 shadow damage. If the target is affected by Hex of Malice, it additionally reduces the target's healing received by 20% for 8 seconds. Okay, so that's the key thing here. Hex of Malice, yep. Pretty cool. Okay, so some additional shadow damage and healing reduction. Zalazine's Malice increases the damage of Hex of Malice by 50% and the duration of Jinxes by 2 seconds. Okay, nice. So more damage and longer Jinxes. Hexfire. This is an instant cast. Blast an enemy with Hexfire, dealing 61 fire damage. Okay, that's cool. So you get different sources of magic. So let's get the shadow puppets here. And we already have Mimic Word here, which we read earlier. But let's go down here real quick. Your Mimic Word now summon 1 additional word. Okay, so that's fine. And yep, that does consume a Rune of Ascension. Let's see what we're looking like with that real quick. Yeah, just a little bit. I think it's per tune, if I understand correctly. Alright, so let's get back to it. We do have some UI that we have to adjust here real quick. And we're also going to go into our spellbook. Hex of Malice, which is right here. Yep, we have that already. Mimic Word. So let's see where we're going to put it. Mimic Word. Somebody can Mimic Word for 12 seconds. Okay, let's put this here for now. Okay, Shrinking Jinx. Yeah, we have that up already. That's all good. Shadow Puppets is channeled. Okay. And Puppeteer's Threads. Which I don't think... Yeah, it's just like... Yeah, you can't drag it down or anything. It's just like a passive. Okay, so... This is channeled. Interesting. Okay, let's put that here for now. And let's also get our spell upgrades. We also have 2 rank 1s, which is where again? This is brewing. Okay, so from brewing side we have concoct rejuvenating mojo, which what it does is it concocts minor rejuvenating mojo that can be used instantly to restore 100 health. Okay, cool. And then reclaim soul. Brings an ally, a dead ally, back to life with 70 health and 135 mana. Cannot be cast in combat, so a default revive spell. So let's learn these. We're gonna put this just down here for now. Let's see the next one. Shadow hunting, nothing yet. And then we do have Hex of Malice. This is a upgrade. Okay, so the values of Hex of Malice should just be increased largely. So there are spells to hand, classes. Wow, all of the words today, I'm sorry. There are quests to hand in. But yeah, that is Voodoo, Witch Doctor. Let's go... Let's finish our business in Senjin Village, so we'll just take a ride here on the other side of Razor Hill. And I'm actually going to check something real quick, so let's see if the aura works, because before the aura was not working. This guy is probably going to vanish again. Reappear again, I mean. Sorry, never mind. Alright, so let me see if this would work. Actually, we're going to get to our destination, then we'll try it. This should be enough to go to Senjin Village. We give about a halfway point there. Alright, so far I don't see any custom UI yet, but we're gonna do some quick attack real quick. Let me see if we could apply our aura again. Is it possible? Yes. Some reason earlier it wasn't working. Cool, cool. So we're gonna hit a few targets real quick. Do a bit of a 2-minute jamboree. And we'll test our new abilities. So, hang on. Maybe just apply this as well. change the melody in just a moment. Alright. Alright, so let's continue on. We got some quests to do. Actually, we're gonna sample that one ability, Shadow Puppets, so hang on real quick. Channel for 3 seconds. Yeah, I have to get used to doing this one. Just go by the coast here, see what targets we could hit. Hey, somebody used it. Gouger's Blessing. Oh no, that's the in-game buff you get from the NPC here. LOSing me? LOSing me? That's interesting, okay. Interesting. Gives me a double heal, I think. Yeah, the mimic ran out. But... okay, that's something to just keep in mind. Let's put our wards here, actually, for now. Because that is still a ward that we have to deal with. Let's move this one to... Hex Troll slain, Voodoo Troll slain, and Zalazane's head. And Minshina's skull? Am I reading that right? Over here too? Sounds like brutal missions ahead. So that was like the puppeteer threat animation, I guess. Alright, so this could be a bit chaotic here, so gotta be careful. Is this potion here? Get our mana back. There's Zalazine up there. Next time, check mana. Yep, and we got respawns as well. I should have healed myself. It's okay. Got Emily on me. Out of combat. Let's restore health real quick while we got the time. Some people can't afford to buff. They probably don't have buffs. Death timers. It's one of those things. Respawn timer, I guess is the keyword there. Yep. There's way too many people here. It's one of those things. Something with the looting was acting up a bit. Not enough mana. There's never enough mana. Yeah, this seems like to be the only spot for the trolls.
Don't be shy.
How you doing, man? Spirits be with you, man. Hello, man. I'll be seeing ya. Greetings, man. Later.
It's pretty cool up here. Nice. Alright, so we got some business up in the northern part of Dorotar here. Yeah, we still got those pillagers. Is there anything in Orgrimmar? Nothing. We do have something here, Conscript of the Horde, and then the Barons. So let's manage some stuff in Orgrimmar first. Be right back, guys. Give me a moment.
Strength and honor. Dabu.
Loktar. For the Horde. Sug Sug. Go forth to victory.
Loktar, go with honor.
Blood and thunder. Strength.
Speak quickly. That better be good.
This better be good.
I guess it got no damage from that. Usually that would have damaged me. That's funny.
Talk to me.
Centaur Wind Flute. They got all sorts of quests here. Be interesting to see soon. That animation was a bit funny there. It's like I threw a potion and I got hit by the potion. Okay, so even though we read it earlier about the mimic ward, pretty interesting. I just didn't apply it in combat, but basically you could use it along with your serpent ward. Level up. It's always nice. Level 15, I didn't realize. There's a bit of game lag going on at the moment. target. Out of mana. That's how it is.
Aim on.
For Durata!
Thanks a lot, bud. Appreciate it. So that's the thing, the lesson learned here with the circuit board. There's situations where you could use it better. Just depends. Evade. Yeah, buddy odds. You respond. Nice. Either that or it's just view distance. I'm not sure why my view distance is so short. Look at that later. 16. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. That's the closest town? I thought it was, Razor Hill. My goodness. What's going on here? Yeah, that's a mill. Nice. We sell some stuff. Oh, you need level 15, my bad on that. Shield. Can't use shield. We'll dispose this. 15 will keep. Now let me get back to Razor Hill, because I'm going to lose my EXP buff while I have it. I'll do the rest of this later. Alright, Razor Hill was the wrong place all along. It was supposed to be Crossroads. Can we do this? No, 10 minutes. Disregard. Well, what can you do? Sure, I'll take it. Just like some cart just spawning out of nowhere. Okay. Wonderful. So, something that you guys probably know already, or you should know, when you do resurrect either capital city or closest town. I think closest town will be, will leave resurrection sickness, basically. I think it happens to both, but something to keep in mind. Of course, it has to be on the other side of the bridge, right? Oh. 15 seconds to hand in. It's not gonna happen. It's alright though.
Sung double.
Alright. So, how did I get to that Donwise Island? What? Something to think about. Any other territories that's been added? That was just there by error. I didn't know. Ooh, my bad. Donrise Island, huh? Curious. Alright, we're gonna need to ride back to Razor Hill anyway, so might as well just take the ride. So, let's see with Voodoo, okay? Although we're gonna switch specializations in a moment, but it was pretty fun. It has a little getting used to, in my opinion. This one is probably the Shadow Puppet, just getting used to the mechanic. You channel for 3 seconds, and let me see. I guess summoning a Shadow Puppet, but I didn't really see one. Unless I'm, maybe we'll sample with the animations a little while later. But, it explodes upon impact and does 26 shadow damage. So I know it's kind of like what do you call this? Arcane missiles? I mean, that's what it looked like from like outside, just observing. But I'll probably have to look into the animation and see what it looks like. But then there's this mechanic here, Puppeteer's Threads. So these Puppeteer Threads will be thrown on, I guess, on a 35% chance. So I've seen the debuff on them. So it takes about 10 seconds basically to detonate, if that makes sense. Or like it unleashes, you know, damage given, I guess. Yeah, 10% of the Witch Doctor's value in damage is unleashed after, I guess, the duration. If I'm understanding that correctly. I'm not sure how clear that is, but yeah. And also with the stream quality, I'm not sure how the stream has been lately. It's been kind of, at least on my end, it looks like it's been on and off a bit. But hopefully the recording caught, you know, what we needed. So some other abilities we have here is Puppeteer's Grasp. Transform your into a malignant spirit for 15 seconds, allowing you to cast Malefic Wrath while moving and periodically granting you a spirit for 2 seconds. Spirit regenerates 2 health and mana every 5 seconds. Okay, so I think passively I was getting those effects, but I don't know if there's like an animation on that. So we're gonna have to like check animations in a few, but let's go ahead and do our hand-ins here. We'll look over the next spec. We'll take a break afterward.
What do you need? Farewell. Greetings. Strength.
So there's vendors here. No. Pretty cool. There's a kid patching him up. What's up, kid? Bandages. Nice. He's got bandage vendor. This is cool. Let's see, anything to sell real quick? No, I definitely gotta start using my items though. I have a lot of items I'm not using, so. Yeah, there's one item. Lay staff, cool. So instead of dual wielding. See the stats on that? They're pretty nice. Pretty strong. Let's see. Let me see, I'll just sell. What was that? Hang on. That was weird. Okay, I thought I saw something. Hidden quest here. Inside the building, I think? No. Is it here? Fungal spores. Right here.
What is it?
And let me change my heartstone to this area here.
I'm listening.
Ah, I've been expecting you. Strength and honor. Go forth to be
Ride to Thunderbluff. Okay, yeah, it's the Flight Master quest. Oh, we do have Ratchet. But we... Yeah, actually, shoot. Surprisingly, I didn't... yeah, I didn't find it. the quest to hand in at that time. We just passed it. Alright. There's stuff in Thunder Bluff going on. We'll see. We'll see how the quests kind of unfold. Let me change our Hearthstone location first, so we could just prevent some complications with travel.
Now, may the eternal sun shine upon.
Alright, so let's go to the open world real quick. Gotta get some raptor heads anyway while we're out there. And let's just look at the animations a bit more, because we kind of missed out. You got a baby Kodo here. That's cool. This is nice. This is nice how they was thrown in. This was thrown in.
Guide you.
Tonga Rune Totem. That sounds like
May the
a
eternal sun.
familiar lore character. So you kind of got the Tauren and the Orcs coordinating security efforts there, which is cool. This area does look like there will be a lot of Tauren anyway. It's like open plains. So it kind of looks like, you know, like the location they would be at. And then also you have the Centaur, which you also got to watch out for. So let's go ahead and put do some damage real quick. Let's see what this looks like. Are those supposed to be like little puppets or something? That's what it's called though. Summoning a shadow puppet. Oh, wrong debuff. This one is- No, the zebra has 4 legs, but I only got 1 hoof. What is that kind of thing? I don't know. Yeah, so let's just see this again. Summoning a shadow puppet. I don't know. Anyway, I mean that's just a description. Still does its job though. It's a pretty effective spell, I believe. Four legs, no hooves. At least we got 1 from the last one, right? It's the clover horse named Clover. Two out of 4. 4 legs. 1 out of 4 received. I don't think we have anything with these Kolkar guys. Centaur tribe. quest timers. I didn't know there was a quest timer. What's that quest timer for? Curious. 38 minutes? I don't know. I didn't read the quest, I'm just kind of like zugzugging the quests. Alright, so, there was another ability I was going to check before we got into our talents. Oh, well, changing our talents? Let me see. Because Reclaim Soul is, what do you call this? A res. I'm gonna hit one more anyway. I think we got 4 already. Yeah, 4 out of 4. I'm not sure what the spirit mechanic was or what triggered that. The horse is excited. Okay. Alright, so let's see. There was a spirit mechanic, I think. Maybe in our spellbook? Hang on. Let's see. Spirit Wuju, yeah, that's one of them. At least for now, probably. Not. Maybe it's later on I get it. Alright, so let's check our talents real quick. We're just gonna switch over to the next one, which will be shadow hunting. Alright, so embrace the teachings of Bonswamdi. Sorry, Bonsam of these. So let's choose this. Alright. And you got 2 starting points here. Pretty interesting build up here. That's a shape we don't see all the time. Cool. Let's undo pending changes first, I guess. Oh, let's go back. It changed the tree. Shadow hunting is what we want. So shadow hunting, it allows you to auto shoot with a ranged weapon. Alright. And in addition, it reduces mana cost of all spells and abilities. So that's interesting. But then you have reclamation. Requires ranged weapon here. Shoot a quick voodoo arrow at an enemy, dealing 90% ranged weapon damage, plus 15 as nature damage, and collecting a spirit. Okay, so this is the one, I believe this is it. Usable while shooting, so spirit regenerates, 2 health over 5 seconds, health and mana, stacking up to 5 times. Then you have Malefic Arrow. Transforms your Malefic Wrath into Malefic Arrow. Launch a voodoo arrow at an enemy, dealing 85% ranged weapon damage, plus 31 as nature damage. Healing you equal to 40% of the damage dealt. Okay, so you get a little bit of like health. Cool. I'm not sure if this is like. It sounds like it's something that would be a cooldown, but okay. And then improved Malefic Arrow. It reduces the cooldown by 2 seconds. And then you have lowest strength. Increases your nature and shadow damage dealt by 5%. So let's go ahead and get that. And there is a new ability here. Look at this 3rd row while we're at it. Spirit Eclipse. So it requires spirit. I guess spirit would be something we might track. I'm not sure. Unleash your spirits on an enemy, dealing 10 shadow damage every 0.20 seconds for each active spirit. Each spirit explodes on impact, dealing 10 shadow damage to other nearby enemies within 5 yards of the target. Okay, so you got some like AoE components as well here. Okay, cool. So you could pick this without getting a full rank of this. There's 0 out of 2 here. Alright, so let's save these changes. Yeah, we'll take it. I'm not sure how much. Yeah, we have a lot ascension points here, so we should be fine. And then we also get Mirage as well. So become invisible, gaining 5 spirits, leaving a copy of yourself behind, and reducing threat each second. Direct damage dealt will end this effect. While invisible, you can only see other invisible targets and those who can see invisible. So let's put that right here. Malefic Arrow right here, it's been changed, okay? Compared to the original spell, which was Malefic Wrath. Yeah. Alright, what else? Reclamation. Okay, so this is usable while moving. Okay, it's a 1.8 second cast. And let me see. Is there anything else? 90% weapon damage as nature damage. So we're going to B4 and B5 this one. I don't think there's a cooldown. Nope. Okay, so this will be your generation, your spirit generation, I guess you'd say. Okay, and then this one here is an instant cast. Alright. Cool. So, and we could gain spirits while we're in Mirage form. Or, you know, stealth, kind of. So let's go to Shadow Hunting. What was the other one? Yeah, Malefic Arrow. So we have that. Now, we do have Spirit Eclipse. I don't think that was on here. Okay. Yeah, so it unleashes the spirits. Okay. So, do we get any UI with that? So, let's see. Alright, there you go. Okay, so the spirits show up right here. And you get like a laughter, I guess, as you stealth. Now, the stealth is only temporary. So, you can't really see any targets then, can you? While in this form. Yeah, like this guy's right here. So, it's not really like you could attack from it. Let me just check the description again. It's a 2-minute cooldown too. Okay, so only invisible targets and targets that can see invisible. So, yeah, I believe you could use it in combat. So it's like a vanish. There's a lot of uses, I'm sure, with that. So this could be used reclamation, right? Okay, and then we just used the other ability. Gonna have to get used to it a little bit. Use the other abilities too. So this is where kiting would be important. Okay, we can generate spirits this way. Alright, so a lot of the kiting aspects will fall into place here with this specialization. Something to keep in mind. Now, it also generates, what do you call it? Mirage generates 5 spirits, so that's good. So you could regain that. So there's like some combat utility with that. And the 5 spirits actually show too. Damage over time. Alright, done deal. Getting used to it a bit. So the more, basically like, I wouldn't say combo points, but like the more spirits you have, you get some regeneration out of that. I think you get a bit of health with this too? No. I'm gonna have to read it after. Let's slow this down first. Pretty cool Shadow Hunter so far. We'll be out of mana soon. This one does require mana, but it seems like it's the more less costly. So let's go ahead and regenerate mana. And we'll look at this description one more time. Unleash your spirits on an enemy, dealing 10 shadow damage every 0.2 seconds for each active spirit. Each spirit explodes on contact, dealing 10 shadow damage. Okay, so there's no healing, like, direct mechanic with this. But still, there's a lot of use. So give me just a moment here, guys. And we'll check out the next thing. Alright. So, we're actually going to go on a break shortly. Let's do this hand in. We still got Raptor Thieves, but we'll continue the quest a little later. So let's go ahead and do that real quick.
What can I do for you? Go forth.
Level up too. That's always nice. Let's pick our next talent real quick while we're here. We'll go ahead and get the. This is one additional ward. Juju injection, agility and intellect. You know what? Spiritual tradition sounds nice with the mana regeneration while we're casting. So let's go ahead and apply that. Roger. Roger Dodger. I'm going to get this quest too while we're at it. Mancrick. Everyone knows Mancrick. I don't know him too well, but I know the hype of Mancrick. People hype over him. And there's a whole thing behind, I guess, Mancrick and like the story of his quest. That'll be another time. But anyway, guys, we'll be back in just a little while, actually. Maybe a 15-minute break, all right? I wish you guys well. We'll check in just a moment. Thank you guys for sticking around. Feel free to check the other stuff on the YouTube channel as well. And let me just give a nod. Okay, here's my nod. Why did I do that? I don't know. Anyway, I also had to test the camera for a bit. Alright, so be back, guys. Check you soon. 15 minutes. Yo, what's up, guys? What's up? We are back. What is up? What is up? Sorry if you guys were sleeping. My bad. I'm just kidding. Excuse me. I was a bit delayed. Had to eat something. So, yeah, we're back though. We're back. Next time I'll give a bit more of an advance notice about some of the delays. But such is life. We'll go ahead and continue. We are now playing as the shadow hunting witch doctor. Alright, so a bit more of the kiting oriented spec. Not exactly that, but it's kind of like that. Yeah. So let's just look at this one too. Lowest spirits. For each active spirit on you, you have an 8% chance your reclamation to cast an additional time. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, over here, Spirit Glaive. Yeah, we read this earlier, but I'll just read it again. Toss spectral glaives that strikes enemies. It passes through. Sorry. Toss spectral glaives that strikes enemies. It passes through, dealing 82 shadow damage and reducing their shadow resistance by 15 for 5 seconds. Usable while moving. So, fun stuff to know. Alright, I'm just flooding like a lot of Baron's quests, but I know there's like homework to do at Duratar. So, we'll probably get back to that. Let me just, I didn't get the wind flute here too either. So, I think it's in the Willing Cavern Zone, if I understand. Play by ear, let me see. So, it's probably in, what do you call it? In a centaur camp. Let's go ahead and grab this while we're here. Thork. Alright, so I'm going to throw our timer on and get with it on the quests. So here we go. With all of this, in my opinion, I believe there's some valuable story elements that Ascension has added, which I'm sure is kind of nice. But right now, on COA side, we are just zugging through the quests. We're not really getting into the lore aspects of it. If there's any lore aspects that we're getting into, it's largely the class itself, the abilities, the talents, which we talk about when we start the stream. So the next class will be Stormbringer. We did tinker yesterday. I will develop more time some point soon for Stormbringer, but we have a level 10 on standby to investigate a bit more of the abilities, the talents, and other skills that you'll learn playing a Stormbringer. Always a fun time. So this seems to be above ground, or it's probably underground. Shrine of the Fallen Warrior. Okay, that's something else as well. So can we go up this way? I know the Barrens is... Okay, that's one hill. Okay. No, it's not allowing me. And I didn't really take that much drop damage by the odds. Okay, but there is what am I saying? Quite a few other quests here anyway. So let's go ahead and reach over to those. We'll probably just hang half the time here in Barrens and then go back to Duratar to clean up the rest. I think it's skilled. Leveling. So let's just get our clock here. That's been going on for 2 hours, that clock there. By the odds. Alright, so Prowler Claws. Let's see. So maybe what we can do to open up... This should probably be used for an emergency, but you see these 5 globes here. These are spirits. But it does run out, right? So it's kind of no good. I think. Yeah, see, it disappears. So I'm going to have to figure out the use for this, because you can't see any targets here. You're practically blind and they can't see you either, as far as gameplay goes. Let's go ahead and throw our debuffs on though. We'll get into the technicalities of that previous ability though, which is called Mirage. Let's go ahead and put this down and get more spirits. And you can actually see the spirits, like the UI is kind of like on you. So like that orb there. Any floating orbs. And I'm just kind of running and doing these abilities. Malefic Arrow. And also, what's the other one? I lost sight of it. There you go. Reclamation. We got a stream boo, guys. See you later, stream boo. Hold it. Okay, there you go. See ya. Grazie, prego, ciao. Alright, let me move this to this collection here instead. Alright, so we're going to continue. Just a moment here. Okay. No prowlers. Okay, we got 2 prowlers over there. We might end up getting a few pulled in with this. Did I land a hit? No, I didn't. Okay. Chain pull, inbound. Cutting them around the idol that I have here. What is this ability called? Shadow Effigy. It's really a lot of kiting technique. Not hard. It just takes a little getting used to. Just keep reapplying the dots that run out. But once you get used to it, you should be pretty much good. Let's go ahead and loot up here. So right now, it's cool. It shows 4 orbs, or spirits. So those spirits will only last for so long. Just to keep that in mind. It's not a resource that sits around for a while. So, kind of like Mechanics Tinker, you have your own custom resource that pops up. That's the way the resource is here. It's actually part of your character model. So that's pretty interesting. We'll backpedal it real quick. Health. And I think this one's spammable, which is Reclamation. Reclamation is spammable. I don't see any cooldown. Okay, I got this guy too. One. Let's go ahead and hit this guy. Reapply this. Definitely a bit more mana efficiency. But of course, like anything else, it takes time learning how each of the class plays. Let's reapply this as well. Do we have more? Yep. So I'm just gonna chain pull. This is pretty cool in this way. Okay, we got 4, I'm sorry. Yep, we got the spirits too as well. So in one way it's cool, right? Because for those of us who've played Warcraft 3, you know, the trolls mention often, even in World of Warcraft, they mention like the spirits and stuff, right? So, in a way, you got it as a resource, as a witch doctor. So it's very thematic, is what I'm saying. Being a witch doctor and all that. Now our bags are full. Are we missing any quest items though? Let's see again. No, these are just small things. Gray items. We'll get into it though. So you can cast while you're moving, even if you're going this direction, as long as you release the shot from the other way, like before the cast lands up. Okay, got 6 out of 7. Is there any more around here? So far, nope. Got the raptors though, we do need raptors. Pretty cool animation. I think in observation, it takes like the animation of icicles from Frost Mage. I know I started seeing that like during Legion. The icicle animation. There is no honor in hitting a sleeping target. Kiting's pretty easy so far, but we're just getting started. Is there any more? Let's see. Usually in these patches here. But we don't see any targets. Let's go up there. There's a raptor along the way. Refresh the hex real quick. Animation is pretty cool for Spirit Eclipse. I'll take those pauldrons, please. I'll do away with this one for now. I should have gotten a lesser quality item, but felt pretty bad doing that actually. Sorry. Sorry you guys had to watch that. Deleting that completely innocent white quality item. Like, were there no viable grays that you could have deleted instead? That you had to delete that one? Like, why that one? You know what? I have an answer. And that answer is use sticky glue. Does it have anything to do with the problem? No, I wouldn't say it does, but there is a level of... Let me use Mimic real quick. Does Mimic help here? Oh, it does. Really? Because of Malefic Wrath, right? Hang on. That's worth checking out. Hang on, let's see this. Malefic Arrow and Reclamation. Okay, so I guess it's a, like, it kind of like adjusts based on your ability. So guys, just keep that in mind. Mimic Ward. Pretty interesting if you're on the shadow hunting side. So I could imagine that this would have interesting applications for brewing. Shadow Hunter. Oh, wrong class, sorry, that's a spec. Brewing Witch Doctor. It's like, what class am I playing now? Throw the effigy down. Oh, the ability's not working. Oh, my bad. Because that's the wrong hotkey, that's why. I'm having intensive monologue with myself. But not really. It all makes sense. Let me put this real quick, hang on. Not a scratch yet, not a scratch. Now I didn't put a serpent ward, so that's interesting that so far I made it. Cool, cool. I got scratched. Forgot to use my Spirit Eclipse, but we'll be alright. We got a Venomancer here. Oh, he's in a different game mode. Okay. Can't buff him. That's the wrong ability. What? Okay, I can mount. Okay. I didn't know that. Wow, you can mount out of here. I'm gonna try to apply it during, like, mid-combat. But again, I don't know what the benefit is if you can't see any targets. Oh, you know what? I think I'm getting it. So, this gives you basically, like, spirit. You know what I mean? Like, the spirit, resource, if you will, right? And it will give you, yeah, basically 5 stacks. So, should a target go invisible and you go invisible along with them, you will be able to see that target because this grants you invisible vision, right? So, with that being said, you could basically nab the target if they try to go stealth with 5 stacks of spirit. So that's just something to keep in mind, guys. That's pretty interesting how that mechanic works. It's very anti-stealth. And I guess it starts to make sense because I know there's a lot of classes now that have like stealth capabilities or something oriented to vanishing or turning invisible, something of the sort, right? So this is kind of like a counter to that, which is actually pretty cool. So it creates more vulnerabilities. Probably some of the range classes will think twice. I'm sorry, some of the stealth classes will think twice before getting into that, you know, into stealth, because you could basically hit them with a full 5 spirit shadow eclipse. That's cool. So let me just outrun this guy real quick. And we got our final raptor head. Wonderful stuff. Alright, cool. Wow, this is a kill. Okay, yeah, this is the Mancrick quests. Okay, and Crossroads should be our Hearthstone anyway. Yep, which is good. We'll get onto the main path. There is none here, I don't think, actually. I think this is the area in Cataclysm, if I remember. There's the 2 split parts where the Horde and the Alliance are at war with each other, because there's stronger like Alliance presence in Cataclysm in the common Horde areas in Kalimdor and all that. So I think that's where... I know there was like a chasm in between. Hang on real quick. You got Thunderhawks over here. The hostiles. Level 18 beasts. What are we working with here? Goodness. These guys are 4+ level. 17? Do I know what I'm getting myself into? Alright, well we got a lot of hostiles around us, so even if we tried running, this would probably be risky. Alright, this guy's going down. He's gonna have to. Yeah, because he got aggro anyway. See though, we just probably out-kite him, right? If we have enough kiting ability, I believe we should be fine. I'm not going to use my my Serpent Ward. I'll use the Mimic one instead. Wow. That's pretty cool. Okay, I got another. I'm gonna run away, and I'm just gonna spam Lethargy Mix. Jinx. Lethargy Jinx. This area is far too hostile for me at the moment. I'm gonna get clobbered pretty easily. It's gonna take time to like maneuver around and everything as well, so I might as well just do hand-ins. Alright, so let's go ahead and recover. We'll go ahead and hearth back instead.
Strength and honor. Dabu.
There's a hand-in over here as well. So it's nice to see that Razor Hill and also the Crossroads have expanded in my time playing. I've always played Horde more on a passive kind of way. I never really got too deep into the story. There are things that I know about the lore, but as far as like questing, it's quite limited compared to Alliance. Alliance was like the home faction, so yeah. Let me see. Power of Professions. Do we have a book here? Okay, let's do Spirit Idol. Okay, hang on. Somehow I got this quest, Path to Ascension. Yeah, it's not here though. What is this? I have to learn something, I guess? Book of Artisans. So that's what this one is. Okay, gotcha. I'm not doing these too often. Okay, so I require training. Might as well grab gathering, right? Let's go ahead and get some skinning. Yep. A little late to do this, but it's okay. We're here. And I'll get herbalist. Yeah. Can we hand in? Well, yeah, there's nothing to really hand in. Let's learn our new ranks real quick. Alright, so what do we have? Excuse me. For brewing, we have Spirit Idol. Spirit Idol. Yeah, you drop a Spirit Idol near you for 15 seconds. Allies within 30 yards to regenerate 4% mana. Okay, so you get basically a mana totem, if you will. Something very similar to that. So, Shadow Hunting. We got a Stasis Ward. Drop a Stasis Ward near you. After 2 seconds, the ward will burst with lightning, stunning nearby enemies for 4 seconds, dealing 32 nature damage. Can only have one ward active at a time. So the good news is you could use these at the same time, because Mimic Ward is permissible to be used alongside of other wards. So now you have also Stasis Ward. So you want to go ahead and use this, most likely out of combat. And then Voodoo, well, this is basically, yeah, it's Malefic Wrath, rank 3. I'm not sure if it's the same as Shadow Hunting. I guess Malefic Arrow, which is our ability here, will just mirror that. So let's see, this is rank 1. Maybe it's a completely different rank system. Okay, I learned it anyway. Malefic Arrow is now rank 2. It was just rank 1 just earlier. So let's just see this real quick. Let's compare the difference. So Malefic Arrow, rank 2, as we see. Show all ranks. There you go. Alright, but now if we go to Voodoo, there's 3 ranks of Malefic Wrath. Not that it makes a much of a difference, but it's just something to bear in mind. Okay, cool. So let's just go ahead and develop where to put these spells. And we're going to, where are we? Yeah, I have to do the Razor Mains and the Centaur Wild Flute. So let's do that one. Which location are we going to? Straight ahead. Alright, so Stasis Ward. This will be something more outside of combat. Maybe we can do... Yeah, let me see. Let's put it here instead. Guess that will work. Actually, let's do that one instead. And we're going to sample it. And was there something else? Yeah, Spirit. I'm calling it Spirit Totem for now, but it's actually something else. Spirit Idol. There you go. This will replenish our mana, so since it does that, let's go ahead and put that there instead. Lowest Brew, Alchemist, yeah. Natural Alchemist. Am I missing anything else? Let's just breeze over this real quick so we can move along. Brewing, yeah, same story. And then Voodoo. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a buff. Okay, so... And we're going to make our way toward that location. Centaur Wild Flute. I'm thinking it's up. It's probably on the other side of Wailing Caverns, maybe. Let's see. do this. Yeah, I guess it can be done. So it's showing that it's like way out there. Yeah, I'm kind of tripped out. Okay, disregard. We're going to go somewhere else. I don't know the location. I know this is a custom quest, and we might be taking longer than what's necessary to obtain level or EXP. Forgotten pools. Maybe we'll work our way toward there. Yeah, let's wait all the way on the other side. Let's bypass these guys real quick. Roaming around Barrens. This is the life. Let me read the actual quest too, because this is a custom one. Usually by a certain point I have like an idea of the muscle memory and pattern of how the quests will go, but in this case this is new, so. Car Wranglers and Stormers. Okay, so yeah, they're like caster centaurs. Just something to keep in mind here. Let me see. Oh, we should be fine. Okay. Are there some here? I see Kolkar camps all the time, so... Yeah, Wrangler. He probably just doesn't indicate it. I don't know. Alright, so it's like kind of like the LOS, I think. Oh, I could use it in combat. Okay, let me pull this guy back a bit. It's only a few seconds, I guess. Can't really kite with this guy since he's ranged. He's going to remain in place. Unless I outrange him, but... There's a 42-second cooldown on that. Did we get it? Hang on. Nope. What is this? A Pyromancer? Let's keep it going. Yeah, he's gonna go after my, Oh, got the other one. So let's pull him back a bit more. Yeah, it's hard to kite, like, ranged. Okay, it seems like we got the quest, I believe. The quest item. Alright, let's go ahead and clear this one. Blackrock Mace. Staff. There you go, there you go. Quality move. I got a green item. Just for, what do you call it, the transmog, at least. What was the other one called? Rotate to the other side. No, play it by ear. No, we didn't get it yet. Mystic bracelets. Intellect. I'll get it for the intellect. So let's do this real quick. I mean, we're gonna hit him once. No, that's a time thing. I have to. It's 2 seconds. Okay, that's like when they get really close. Disregard then. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother kiting this guy. I'm just gonna go all in on it. Gonna make more bandages, I guess. Kokar longbow. Okay, cool. We can put that to use. Let's actually re-equip that one. Replace a high quality item with another high quality item. Okay. So we just gotta explore it, I guess. So let's go ahead and head over here. Stormers. We didn't get the wind flute yet, so it's not labeled on them either. I guess it's based on a certain location. Let's go ahead here. I guess we have to go here. Okay. Cool. And let's get this item as well. Forgotten pool trunks. Okay. Got some new pants. I'll actually equip this one. Okay, now we got the appearance of that. Let's loot this. Let's equip that. Let's close this. Let's mount there. And understanding the scriptures, okay. So I guess we got some Legion-oriented activity here. The Burning Blade, yep. So that's a bit further up. Can we get this? No, it's just glowing, but probably... Is this for a quest? Excuse me. Oh, we should be fine. Okay, so I think we gotta go uphill for this. Yeah, this is like the fell Burning Blade area, I guess. Surprisingly, this is just a straight ride up by the odds. By the odds. Dread Mist Peak, yep. Remember this zone. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and hack at this guy. Let's drop the stasis sword. Didn't even last that long. I didn't realize, okay. Level 10. Bit on the lower side. Let's go use the stick right here. We got three, we got three. Clobbered. How many did I get? Strain life. I can't. I'm gonna use it for next time. That's cool. Some interesting recovery options. I didn't realize they'd hit that hard though, even under low level. That's something. Let's make space for our... Let's get these flat teeth out of here. And let's get some minor rejuvenating mojo. What is it that I'm missing here? Ice cold milk, okay. So this guy is going to come at me here, and I'm going to use this. Okay, it was enough. It was enough. I think he bypassed the range, but he was good. Six out of 8 on that. I'm going. Let's use this item too while we're at it. Seven out of 8. So it's good that the other word, you can't really use it all the time anyway, since the cooldown is so long. So it's more of an instantaneous, or like a single use. Or a limited time, I guess I should say, type of word. Stasis word. So that's pretty cool. That's a shout out to Warcraft 3. Definitely playing like the Warcraft 3 Witch Doctor that I've come to know. So it's all kind of relatable. We gotta get Ichiaki now. If I'm even saying that guy's name right. Very minor drop damage. How about this one? Very minor again. Not a whole lot actually. Am I immune to drop damage? Let me see what kind of buffs I have. Ghost Runner. No, that's steadfast. That's movement increased by the odds. Yep. Crafting speed. Man, we're spoiled. Magic resistances. What is this? The feather one? Featherfall? All 100% reduced fall damage in the zone. Complete immunity. You could literally drop to your doom and nothing will happen. So let's go over here instead. I didn't realize that that's an actual thing. And you had the Golganeth one. Yeah, the... wait, I got herbalism. What am I doing? Hang on. Where am I? Let's go here. Find herbs. Let's just put that aside. Where can we put it? Yeah, right here, I guess. At least we can see it. Get some EXP along the way. Inventory is full. I got 5 on the first try. What is this? What is this? Is this a herbalism? Is there like a gathering profession thing that you get extra? Maybe I'm sideways about this, right? Smelting. Okay, they got a smelting one. I think they had a crafting one too, right? Either way, it's okay. We're not going to sit here. We're going to burn through our EXP potion too quickly if we just sit around. So, we have to use the horn to get Ichiaki. So go ahead and do that. So far, what are my words with Witch Doctor? Well, I would say that there's a lot of flexibility. I'm going to end up saying that for almost every class. I'm just going to have to be honest. But there's some pretty unique gameplay mechanics, and that's also something I'm going to say with every class, it would seem. They all have something to bring to the table. That's just an honest observation. You know, their gameplay, although different, not always the same. There are similarities across the other classes on what we've come to know on the retail end. So there also are some unique Ascension stuff. I haven't been in Ascension that long. I've been on COA for a couple of years. Largely, that's been my focus. But as far as Area 52 and stuff like that, no, I haven't really dabbled in that side of the Ascension too much. Just very lightly, but nothing serious. Okay, so let's just go and get this while we're here. So for me, more than half the stuff is a discovery. But I think other people could say the same because the classes here in COA, they're not the same as what they started off as. So that's the other thing too. But I guess some people, fair enough, like, you know, they've kind of like complained about, and it's relatable, not like they're just complaining, but, you know, some of the classes have been, like, I guess, oversimplified, or some would say dumbed down or whatever, and they don't like it, like, they made it too easy, I guess. So for me, the way I look at it, I mean, this is what's being given to us, so might as well just enjoy it. I do appreciate a good challenge, I'll say that much. Ichiaki's hide, let me get this real quick. With the Room Master, as an example, when you were getting those sigils, like, that was very unique. It was like an alternative playstyle. I mean, it was an additional playstyle, I should say, along with the playstyle that you already know with most mage classes, you know, because Room Master was largely, in my opinion, it would seem like they were largely mage-oriented or inspired. They had like a Dalaran-oriented buffs, I think, and they also had, I think like a pet is considered non-combative, but technically, you know, you could cast spells, and you use this disc to deal some damage or some movement-oriented stuff. It was pretty interesting. I kind of like that. I've always had like I guess you say a lore fantasy of like, you know, manipulating like a disc, like with magic properties and all that, shifting it around and going throughout the battlefield, kind of doing different abilities, and you know, you're able to channel like different skills or different combat methods depending on like how the disc is functioning. All right, let me hit this guy. I'm going to use all of our might on it. All right, so let me go ahead and put this one down, and then let's get serpent sting. Wow, serpent ward. So definitely a lot more, just gotta do a kill quest here. I may have to shift a few of my other abilities as well. So let me just do that real quick. I'm gonna replace this one. Actually, you know what? We could use both of them. Let's put this one here. That's more common. And then Malefic Arrow here as well. Do I chain pull here? Hopefully not. Cool, cool. That worked out pretty good. It's probably the idol that got the aggro in that one. This is insane how I could kite all this. Wow. That was going for a while. It's pretty cool. Might as well use this. And how long does this spirit idol last? 15 seconds, okay. So there's a little bit of like something you would say a shaman kind of gameplay. Hunter, and maybe you'd say even Shadow Priest. It's kind of got that feel. Now that I think about it, you know, just like kind of, you say afterthought, so to speak. Like noticing that those are like some similar playstyles. So if those are like some classes that you're familiar with, it might be worth checking out Witch Doctor for sure. What's this guy, Barbarian? Wrong buff, wrong buff. Let's give him that one instead. Got 20 minutes on the buff right now. Let's see. We're gonna go elsewhere because it's getting a little bit crowded here. I can only see myself on the map. Yeah, I'm like right underneath the #1 icon. Kind of was ready for that one. I was kind of ready for that. Now this guy's petless. Can I vanish? Yeah, now I'm out of combat. I'm in combat? Now I'm out of combat. Okay. It's gonna fade out in a moment. Three seconds. Let's see what happens. So it's like a vanish. It works out pretty good. Oh, he respawned his pet? Is that the same guy? Okay, fine. Let's do this. The other guy is just not paying attention. The wolf is just done with. Oh, he got pulled by the other guy. Okay, I'm out of here. I think it's across the street. Huge moon. Right here, I think. My bad. Let's go this way. Yeah, there's a guy right here. It's interesting how the spirit resource generates either mana or health. It just helps with having some level of mana available to you pretty much at all times. Seems like this is the only area they're in. So we got 6 out of 8 on Water Seeker. Venomancer. We need Thorn Weavers and Hunters. So it's a 2-minute cooldown on Spirit Idol. Out of 8. So yeah, just one thing to bear in mind, especially when it's like very crowded during this time, it's always good to be able to help one another with developing a group or like inviting the party. That way you guys could get like the kills count. Because since there's so many people in one zone, there's a good chance that you guys are after something. So I think it's just more beneficial to group with people. There's a Troll Venomancer right there. Will this work? No, it's not. It won't work. Okay, cool. There's another 3 minutes on that. Alright, so definitely a lot to hand in. And we're going to move to crossroads. Yeah, our Hearthstone, I think, just literally finished. But by the Willing Caverns, let's hit some of those Kolkar centaurs, because that we had that quest for a while. Actually, hang on, we're right by crossroads, so go ahead and do the hand in right now. Down now do Dungeon Finder. Not sure if we got enough time for it today. Yeah, we'll have to see maybe next time. We'll do like dungeon runs with like some alts and stuff like that. Figure it out. So this quest hand in is actually further out. Or is it? No, it is. Is it out here? It's inside. Why am I not tracking it before? That's probably what it's referring to here.
The shadows beckon.
He's got the necromancer responses. It's a good time to hand in while we have the EXP available. EXP potion. Yeah, we got 10 minutes on it. So the time is getting close, guys. I do appreciate for some of those who stuck around with the journey. I know it was kind of hard with either some luggage going on or some inconsistencies, whichever the case. But yeah, if you like what you see here, definitely feel free to check the rest of the channel. We did go over, what do you call it? Is there something I was supposed to do? Sounds I was about to.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, we did go over to Tinker previously, and we will be going over to Stormbringer soonish. So, we'll find out when that is. But at least we got something. As far as, like, well-edited, quality content, that kind of thing is going to take time. Maybe some point we'll be able to advance that. But there are some projects I have planned on the side anyway. So that should be coming out soon. Since our first class was Tinker that we started this kind of streaming journey. So, soon we'll probably be able to release some of the side projects of those things. So it'll be Tinker and then Witch Doctor right after. Let's go ahead and hand in right here.
Lothar. Go with
And do a follow-up.
strength. For the Horde.
Yeah, the wind flute seems to be a bit trivial for now. With the time that we have left, we're just going to go elsewhere for now. The quest. That was the perfect time to sell some bags. Like clear some bag space too, and we didn't do it. It's like one of those things. Since we're not really on a live server yet, we'll go ahead and improvise for now. I know it may not be everyone's favorite what they're seeing on the screen right now, but gotta make decisions with the time that we have. This is agility, right? Yeah, not really needed. Spell penetration. Yeah, maybe that'll be good. Attack power. It's an armor request increase, so I'll just take it. Can't equip that right now. Wasn't really ready for this, so let's take that now. Bit crowded here, so hang on. Let's go ahead and get yourself situated. Kite a little bit, just to pull away. Nah, it was too quick. I couldn't do the stasis board. Okay, attack power and spell power for the shrinking jinx. Attack power and spell power, so that's good. And the other one is just movement. So let me just shift this over to this, since it's movement. We got 5 spirits. We've been having 5 spirits for a while, actually. Let's go ahead and use that here next time. These guys are at level 11. Might as well clear some inventory space by actually using these items. And our stasis ward is just on time. This gray item there. Does this help me? Agility, strength. We're gonna do away with that for now. Leather, hit rating. No, for now we'll pass on these. Okay, everyone else got knocked out. We got Primalist here. Different game mode. Character's name is Mulan. Mulan. Was that a critical strike? I didn't catch it. And yep, we are about to lose our EXP buff. There you go, there's the timer. Although the quest is not done yet, we reached the end of pretty much our journey with 3 of these specs. At least we get an idea. So let me just give closing remarks before we close down here, guys. Let me switch over real quick here. Let's go commentary side. Let's put this to use. Like anything else, some things will still be developed. Let's see. What's up? So, yeah, just want to say thank you for stopping by, guys. Let me know what you guys think of the Witch Doctor class. As always, there's always some new stuff being put out in COA, so we'll just have to see how the class develops over time. I'm not even max level or anything, and the max level won't be the same as we go forward because it's like incremental from what I'm observing. I think I guess today was the last day of 25 as a matter of fact, and it's going to go to 35 on the beta. So yeah, many things are subject to change, but I believe this is the larger or bigger idea of what Witch Doctor is. Alright, with these different talents here. Hang on, just gonna avoid hostiles. But, you know, between shadow hunting, voodoo, and brewing, there is really a lot of stuff to unpack with each and every one of these specializations, let alone the class itself. So anyway, I give maybe one high and one low, one high, one low. So one thing I like about the Witch Doctor is just the versatility that it has. In this case, it's pretty effective in most areas of gameplay. There are some things that require a little bit more understanding. Playing through it helps much more. But as far as descriptions and stuff, that might need to be ironed out a little bit. Some additional information may have to be reinserted in. The video was, you know, the stream was kind of long, and that's the nature of it. And when we get to Venomancer, it's going to be even a bit more longer. So, but it's fine. It was a good time, and yeah, Witch Doctor, guys, I think it's pretty good. So yeah, the high and low, I'm talking a lot here, so I would say, well, yeah, that it's versatile, for sure, so that's a positive. The negative, sorry if it sounds repetitive, but the negative is more or less just the ability descriptions. They just don't seem to be too clear in certain ones, not all of them. But that's really much it. Again, once I hit level 25, I have a better idea on the class, and once we get to max level. But live is coming up soon, I believe, from the way things have been progressing, but we never know, right? Some things may stall, communications may falter again. We don't know, again, how everything is going to be. But I hope you guys enjoyed. Check out the rest of the channel. Check out Tinker. Let me know your comments. Alright, let me know what you guys think about the class and COA in general. Best wishes, God bless. Take care, guys.